on my hearing aids this morning. I don't call that much.
Ms. Jantz, would you like Detective Boris sworn in again, given the weekend?
No, that's fine.
I'll just remind him. Will we be starting where we left off with the
I think I'm
interview?
maybe a minute back,
Okay.
but yes.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. I hope you each had a good weekend. I'll start with my usual questions. First of all 16 members of the jury are present and accounted for. Did any of you learn anything about this case over the weekend? Any of you discuss this matter with any other individual over the weekend? Did you read any news accounts of the events? Again, on all three of those questions, I'm seeing 16 shakes of the head no. Is there any reason that any one of you cannot continue to be fair and impartial, maintain an open mind, and only decide this case once all of the evidence is in? And seeing shakes. If anyone feels that they can't, please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we'll continue with the trial. Detective Boris is still on the stand. I'll remind him he's still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And we'll continue with the state's case. Ms. George.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's lower the lights. We're going to play the video. I'm going to resume.
I wish it didn't happen. I wish I could turn back time. I wish that I was just, I don't know. She was saying how, she was like, I'm gonna fucking ruin your life, and I'm gonna make sure you lose your license, I'm gonna make sure nobody ever comes to you again. And I was scared, and I was hurt. And why was she saying that? I don't know. I don't know, James. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, she literally was trying to break me down any way that she would, like, I don't know if you've ever just, like, wanted to be a dick, but, I mean, I don't do it that well, like, so, yeah, I'm usually just like, okay, like, he'll talk about it, fix it, you know, whatever, but. So you thought she was being kind of like a dick just to be a dick? Yeah. Alright. You know, like, I don't think that, you know what I mean, like, I suppose it would be like, if I mean, I told you guys, and you're just both like looking at me, you know, but I'm sure you're thinking like, wow, this dude, what the fuck? You know, like, what pushes a man to do such a thing? Like, I would never do that. And I believe me, if you would have asked me last week, I would have said the same thing. Like, I've never been here, so, and our job isn't, we're not sitting here to judge you, Joe. That's not our job. I'm not saying it's judgment, but we're fact finders, and, you know, we talk to people for a living. You know, this isn't the first time that we've talked to people that sat across the table and said that they regret things that they've done and they've done bad things. And it probably won't be the last time. Probably right, a couple more days. Maybe. Hope not. I think the other important thing I wanted to just circle back to is the timeline of Friday. So, you know, when you come from New Hampshire to Vermont, you know, it's my understanding you told us that your sister had an Airbnb. And I just want to clarify because I think you said basically put it in park and the argument
with Emily basically starts. But at any point, like, did you guys engage or talk with your sister? Did you go into the Airbnb? Like, so I think, excuse me, just
Yeah, we hung out. Yeah, we hung out.
because I don't think we talked about that earlier. So if we could go through the timeline of Friday one more time with a little bit, even more detail, you know, the little things, and try to pinpoint some time, that would be helpful. So Friday, basically from you guys, you know what time roughly you left New Hampshire to come to Vermont?
I don't.
Not sure.
No.
Was it morning, afternoon, evening? Oh,
Afternoon.
afternoon. And earlier, I think you said you arrived in Vermont between like 7 and 8 p.m. Is that?
That seems right.
Okay. So when you arrived at Bolton, tell me everything you do after you arrived at Bolton. So like when you talk to your sister and her boyfriend, and like, where does that fit into this timeline?
I guess we hung out with them. Maybe, I would say safely just like from 9 to 11 or something like that. I don't know.
So roughly 9 to 11?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that interaction with you and your sister, or Emily and your sister? Was like everyone getting along?
I was just happy to see my sister, and, you know, she sat there just super quiet. She didn't really say anything. I think she might have just said hi to them.
Where were you guys hanging out? Was it on the bus or in the... It wasn't in the Airbnb?
No.
Did you ever go in the Airbnb?
I showered in there and had some coffee in there.
Okay.
Like the next morning.
Okay. So you showered inside the Airbnb on Saturday morning after the incident with Emily occurred?
Yes.
Okay. So 9 to 11 you hang out with your sister on the bus. Was her boyfriend on the bus as well? What's his name?
Ariel.
Ariel. Okay. And what happens around 11 on Friday night?
When they went.
So they leave, they go inside the Airbnb.
They went inside.
So when does the arguing start? So because earlier,
I should just go inside. They were trying to go watch TV.
I just want to clarify, because earlier you said it basically started when you arrived. So were you guys kind of arguing all night, even with your sister around?
No, like I said, when Nikki and Ariel pulled up, I was like, hey, what's up? Then Em went quiet. She said hi to them. And then, I don't know, we like sat in there and caught up for, it seemed like an hour and a half or so. Like, so she was just sitting up there quietly, like, and then they're like, come inside and watch Netflix. Let me see what she wants to do. They're like, okay, we'll do film. And then I was like, what are you trying to do? She said, I don't feel good. I don't want to go in. Maybe we should go in. Let's go in. No, I don't want to go in. Fuck those people. Like, fuck this place. Fuck you. Yeah.
So they're just, so your sister Ariel's kind of going in for the night, and kind of the decision for you and Emily to go in or not to go in, was that the starting point of like, they argued, like, of Emily kind of cursing at you kind of that night?
No, that was like, I told you as soon as I drove the car, like,
Okay.
whatever this is right here.
Yeah, so it was all night.
Yeah, like as soon as I turned around, like, hey, you good? And then she was not good.
And then, so from, you know, roughly 11 o'clock when they go inside, how long, what time period goes by? How long before you shoot Emily?
Couple hours.
Couple hours.
Couple few hours.
You're not sure?
I was drinking,
Okay.
so
Tell me about that.
vodka.
Yeah.
I was drinking vodka.
Okay.
Yeah.
How?
I drank some wine too.
Okay.
Some red wine.
How much vodka had you?
Maybe like 3 to 6 shots.
Was Emily drinking?
She drank. She just drank some of mine, right? Yeah, she drank some of mine. I don't think she let her own.
Was that like a mixed drink or
It was like vodka Red Bull.
vodka Red Bull? Okay.
And then I started drinking some wine. It was Cabernet Sauvignon. Like a couple glasses of that.
What kind of wine was it? I'm sorry.
Cabernet Sauvignon. Like a camp set.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any drugs or anything?
I smoked pot.
Anything else?
No.
How about Emily?
She smoke. She might have had like one puff. She doesn't smoke very much. She don't have like, maybe in a day she might have like 2 to 3 puffs throughout the day. So not much. And I need like a single puff where you just like light it, puff it, done. And now exhale. That's it.
So one of the questions that I think is important to ask is, when earlier we talked about the incident where, Emily's kind of, you guys are arguing, you described her hitting you multiple times, and then she goes to lay down on the bed and said, you estimated, initially you said 10 to 15, but then you changed it to like 5 to 10 minutes had passed before you retrieved the Glock out of the cabinet and shoot her. I think it's important to ask, and I think Emily's family and a lot of people will wonder, like, why didn't you just leave the bus? If she's laying down, the physical altercation of her hitting you is done, how come you didn't just leave?
Something in my mind told me that it wasn't going to stop until I stopped it. First decision ever.
Would you understand if people said, well, it had stopped?
Oh, I don't mean like that particular thing. I meant like it had just been escalating, and I didn't see like
What, describe Emily to me. I never met her, obviously. Is she tall, short?
She's like 5'1", 130 pounds.
5'1", 130 pounds. Anything right now? So I think we're going to step out for a minute. Do you need more coffee or water or anything?
No, I have both.
You both get to use the bathroom?
No.
Okay. I think those are your chips.
No, you can eat them. I don't eat chips.
Oh, you don't? Oh, no.
Starches.
You don't need any starch?
To play games to your stomach, or you just don't need it?
No, if I was going to go hiking, maybe if I needed it, but I'm sitting here, not doing anything.
Okay. Do you have any?
I have questions.
Okay, what are your questions?
What happens now? I'm going to be processed and taken to a place. Is there going to be someone I can talk to?
Yeah, so, where we go from here is ultimately not our decision. We have bosses that we answer to.
I just had typically, you just walk me in on.
Yeah, so we're going to continue to conduct the investigation. Obviously, we've been talking to you now for an hour and a half, so there's some other detectives that are looking into things and trying to piece what happened together, so we'll probably go chat with them and try to understand the best that we can what happened, and then probably maybe go back and well, I think that's something that we need to do is kind of go touch base on them and see if there's anything we want to clarify.
The only other thing, Joe, that I could think of that you might be able to help us out with, and it's totally up to you, is a lot of times when we're processing things stuff, we'd like to get everybody's DNA that's involved. So we could ask you for just a bugle swab, like a cotton swab, yeah, just your mouth. That's it, you know. We can actually go knock that out if you're up for that.
Yeah, we can reference you.
Yeah.
And then I would like to do, maybe at the same time, we'll do photos just to document if you do have any injuries, if that's something you're comfortable with. Is that fair? All right, we'll step out. If you need anything, you want to stop, let us know. And
Actually,
Not cold, but now.
yeah, some hot coffee.
Water.
Yeah.
How you doing, Joe? You feel better?
Not really.
No?
Not really.
It'll take time. Just a little bit here and there. That's something that's gonna happen overnight.
Yeah. I asked them if they were going to take me somewhere where I would have an opportunity to talk to someone.
Like mental health
Yeah, it's
personnel? Yeah, we can get people for you. We have those resources. Yeah. Yeah, that would probably be a good thing.
I don't know that. Like their job is to ask questions and stuff, but I feel like they're really just. I need someone who's an expert at scrambled brains and how to help me use my mind again.
Absolutely. Yeah. We have those resources for you. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll get through this today. I can try to get some answers for you. I will make that happen.
Okay. Are you on? You're, yeah.
Yeah.
So how does it work? Like, do you guys all work with the same people, or like, is this like their case, like James and Seth?
So I work with James and Seth.
Oh, so you're also, so it's all in one team?
Yeah, we work as a team. We go around the state. So we all work at different barracks when something happens like this, so there's an issue person or death investigation, we all work together on it. And then we work with several other detectives and troopers from around the state, wherever we happen to be working. So it's a total team effort. A lot of moving parts. So I met your dog.
You did?
Yeah, Remy did.
Yeah.
She's cute.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and, I was gonna try to like get back and say goodbye to her, but.
Yeah. So it's something we'll probably have to, have to give a shout out to Jason and just kind of figure out what you want to do with it.
Yeah.
They were okay today keeping her. She's safe, we saw her.
Yeah.
Played with her a little bit.
Okay.
But we'll have to decide what you want to do with her.
I mean,
I don't know if they're in a position to take her or
I
not.
don't know if they are, but, I mean, there's lots of people around, she'd have a company.
Yeah, I can certainly check with them.
Yeah, that's one of the things that would be super helpful, because that was on my mind. People want decision in 3 seconds of my life. I couldn't even, like hearing James say, like, why can't you just like leave?
Enjoy. Thank you. So what kind of dog is she? Rescue. Think she's got a little nightmare.
Maybe. She's not gonna get any bigger.
Oh, she's perfect size.
Yeah. She's a perfect dog. Like, she literally doesn't, you saw her.
Yeah.
Like, aside from like a little bit of barking, when she first went to meet somebody new and a little bit of jumping because she gets excited for some love. But
How old is she?
she's gonna be 2 in a couple weeks, and not holding.
You get her here in Vermont or in New Hampshire?
Apparently those are the only 2 cups you got in the Paris, Joe. Clean up this up and get you a hotter one.
Thank you. Does anybody smoke cigarettes?
I would have to check.
Did-
I can try to,
Could you find a cigarette?
I can try.
Is that something that,
Yeah, I can try.
am I allowed to have a cigarette?
Yeah, I'll see what I got. I just have to walk outside, you can't smoke in here, so,
Okay.
yeah, I can do that. If I can find one, I'm not gonna promise you.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Yeah, can we get some? Perfect.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Let's just wait and see what James have left to say. If there's any follow-up questions, and we're done with that.
Yeah, they want to talk with the other,
Our bosses
the
probably.
other detectives.
Yeah.
Just kind of see what questions everyone has so they
Yeah,
can.
so when we're done with that, we'll make arrangements. Very much, cigarettes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, take you out.
You need a smoke?
Yes.
See if I can find some.
Yeah, one of the guys just went to grab some, so maybe you and I can take him out.
I wish somebody would take me in. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me.
We'll get a clinician that we can talk to. That's the best. Most doctors can reach out. Thank you very much. I'll just put it on.
You say you've been doing this for 20 years, right?
Yeah.
24? 6?
Yeah. So do me a favor though,
What's your favorite?
if you have thoughts of hurting yourself, just let us know.
If I had a gun, I'd do it.
I want you to, it's important for you to reach out to somebody, like, let one of us know if you're feeling that way, and that way we'll get somebody here to talk to you. All right?
I mean, I can't hurt myself.
We're not gonna let you hurt yourself.
I can't hurt myself. I'm gonna possibly hurt home from this hot cough. No. Hey, I got the,
So,
yeah, honestly, that's where I was headed. I think you didn't pick me up. You would have had a suit on your hands today.
did you have a plan?
Yeah, I was gonna blame myself. Really the person I think I am, and the person that I am. Somehow they're not the same anymore, and I feel like I'm just like a fucking passenger, man. Like my head spins, just images flashing. I got can't use my mind. Like it just, I don't know. I never felt this way my whole life.
Probably.
40 plus. So past this part, how much do you know about like the next part?
Like in general, or?
Yeah.
So every case is a little bit different. You know, first of all, the other detectives are going to want to make sure that what you're saying is true. And have reason to believe.
Yeah, yes, you're right.
I have reason to believe. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to verify some stuff, and then,
Yeah.
you know,
Cigarette time.
yeah.
You want one?
Oh my fuck, I heard. Jesus.
We'll walk out with you. Okay. Thanks, Sam.
Is that your blanket, or did we? Somebody gave me this blanket.
It did.
I love it.
Yeah, there's chili on it.
Yeah.
You want your groups, or you good? It's not.
Yeah, it's a man.
Thank you.
So this is just a consent form. I gotta fill it out here.
I'm surprised you guys don't have like some kind of pad, like a digital.
I wish.
A lot easier.
Right.
While I'm writing this about the future, something that's kind of coming to mind, and again, I haven't been on the bus, but, you know, everything that you're telling us, I'd imagine was extremely messy, and there had to be blood everywhere.
A little bit, wasn't it?
I mean, to cut arms and legs and a head, that's gotta be pools of blood, right?
No,
No?
no. Not full of blood. Maybe
What was it like?
maybe like somebody spilled Gatorade.
Like a full Gatorade?
Maybe like a full, I don't know, like a 16 ounce or something.
Well, how soon after shooting Emily did you cut her up?
Hours or something like that.
So 12 to 15 hours after? Did you have to clean up any like mess for doing that?
It was a little messy, so I cleaned it up.
Tell me about cleaning it up.
I just wiped it up and put the links in bags, and they're in the bags. The rings and
So I like these distinctive, quite a very here, long lines. So we talked about essentially shot her in the vent. I think we said that was like 1 o'clock in the morning, somewhere in there. So it was 12. How many hours after?
12 to 15 hours.
So we're talking. So that's Saturday. So we're talking 3 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. Like,
Well,
it's midnight to noon is 12 hours, and another 3 hours would be 3 on Saturday, 3 p.m. on Saturday.
might have been
So is that accurate? I don't want to put words in my mouth, but I mean,
that. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
And where was that? Was that at the parking lot?
No, that's that was at it wasn't at Bolton, it was in
So
Where in St. Albans? I'm sorry.
where the bus is now at Bolton.
The line.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're all on the same page. So the cutting of Emily's body occurred inside the bus while it was parked at the lanes.
Correct.
And I might have missed it earlier too. So that you were parked somewhere near the Airbnb. That's the impression I got.
Right.
Where exactly were you parked? There, I don't know the area.
There's a parking lot.
So there's a parking lot. So you were parked.
It's like a building.
Okay.
The condos and then parking lot.
Okay.
Right outside the
Gotcha.
building.
Gotcha. So essentially she was complete, whole, and then you drove back to the lane. And that's where you covered the bags in the shower.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, at any point during this incident with Emily, did you have help from anyone? No one helped you dispose of the body, no one helped you clean up, no one provided any tools? And other than Spencer, did you tell anyone else what happened?
The only person I told was Spencer, you guys.
Okay. All right. Do you want to read this? I think what might be helpful, I just kind of thought of this when you said it, was like if I get an aerial shot of up at Bolton, and you can just mark on the map, like, the area you were parked. Does that sound like it might be helpful? Might be helpful for me.
Would you be able to identify it on the aerial map?
If it helps you, I can,
Okay, I think it says your name on it, so if you want to read that, you're back up.
I can tell you, like,
So what this is this, we talked earlier about the people swaps to get your DNA or to process the thing. What this is you're giving us your consent for that, and then of the photos. So what it is, I give my permission to detect the center and they conduct a complete search of things listed below in their content. I understand I do not have to allow this, no threats or promises of enforcement. So essentially, we're looking for biological, we're looking for your DNA, and then other is going to be just photos so we can document if you have any injuries. You know, if you have some bruises that you might not be able to see, that could show in photos.
okay, yes.
So if you're in agreement with that, what I'll do is have you sign here, and then date and time it, and I'll witness it for you. Yep.
21, what time?
It's 4:40.
440?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll witness this. So you do tattoos? Do you have a shop somewhere? Do you work for somebody?
I used to do tattooing in like tattoo shops, and I just kind of used to just kind of freelance. Somebody will message me if they want something, and set up the time and the design they want, and then we'll get together and do it.
Did you do all art on yourself, or did you have other people look at it?
I finished this when the guy started it and walked away, and he left the thing sitting there, so I just finished it while he was helping other people. But
You work around here?
I worked with Burlington for like 10 years, and worked in Essex for a year.
Where do you work in Vermont?
About a year.
Okay. Yeah, I got family crest.
You do?
Yeah, so I'd like to try to maybe get something on another shoulder at some point. Just gotta find something. I want some shadowing, so in southern Vermont, there's not, a lot of people don't do shadowing or they don't do a great job, so I think it's just key to try to find the right person.
You gotta find somebody that can like actually see it through. A lot of people, it takes hours and hours and hours and lots of focus for all of those hours.
Yeah.
I don't know, you gotta have somebody that's gonna like do it right, or they're just doing it. You know what I mean? Like they're just doing it.
Right. Yeah.
I typically, I try not to like pull images. I mean, with a battery crest, you can't really, it is what it is.
Well, I understand family crest is something that is, kind of unique, but it's carved in stone what it actually is, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, that sort of thing, you pull a reference and you do the thing.
Right.
But most times I try to just take,
The unique.
I usually just try to take what they have to say and then make something original. So that way, I feel like that way you get the best experience,
Right. Yeah. I kind of get a kick out of, when I play stamp books with like clip art. Oh, do you want this?
Yeah. I don't like to do the same thing over and over and over. So you're gonna photograph me in here, or?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. One of our colleagues has an actual camera that takes a little pictures, iPhone 6 or whatever this is. So, I just want to wait for James before we get too carried away.
Is
He's trying to print out a map, an aerial map, so you can show us where you're parked.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool, bus or RV. You convert that all yourself.
Yeah.
That's cool. Diesel or gas?
Gas. Yeah, my plan was to had a plan to like work and save and then travel, go see, you know, Yellowstone and the Canyon and Joshua Tree, Colorado. You know, just, that was like, when we started, like that was like the plan. And she just like stopped working and stopped helping.
Helping financially.
Yeah, like, yeah, she wasn't working, she wasn't contributing to anything really.
Find a picture.
Did you?
No, I don't think it's gonna work. The picture is bad and the furniture is not working. But another sergeant's gonna come in. She's on the crime scene team, so she just processes evidence.
Yeah, I told them, like,
Oh, perfect.
take a picture.
So when they're doing the pictures, I try to come up with a better picture, but the one I found wasn't that good, so I didn't want to show you. Yeah. So they should be in the news in a minute. Anything we haven't talked about? I know you guys were chatting there, but
We were just chatting about, he worked about 10 years at Bonnie Burlington, doing the tattoo artist up there, and then worked about a year in ethics. That was kind of a freelancer doing work.
something else that kind of comes to mind, you know, having this open conversation, that might as well ask is like, you know, is this the first time that something like this has happened?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It seems like it's pretty,
It's awful.
pretty in depth.
It's fucking awful, dude. Like, I don't know if it was you or if it was Sam, but if you would have talked to me a week ago, it would have been on the top of the list of things that I would never do. But it was such a fucking brutal week. Like nonstop, like, it's like morning to night. I don't know what the hell happened, it was just like a complete change. Something, you know, I don't know if I was talking to you or Sam, but like, maybe it was you when you said my sleep. Fucking, my brain was like, no, like, it's not gonna stop, like, you have to stop her now. And the part was like, no, this is not the way, and then all of a sudden, like, I don't know, like, I just had this like wave come over me, and then it's not good.
All right. Well, why don't we go see where they're
Yeah,
at?
and just put your name in there, okay? So it's Joseph, right? Tell your last name.
D-R-L-A.
D-R-L-A.
Zero.
What's your date of birth?
12-14-79.
Actually, I guess if you just wrote in your phone number, but I think you need an address. What's your current address?
Current, I don't think it's like I get mail at the line.
Okay.
Well, I know I was going to ask you, so at some point throughout the investigation, we're going to probably take a look at your phone, okay? So it'll be easier for us to access your phone if we have your passcode.
Yeah.
What is that?
012779.
And you know where your phone is now?
It's in my Jeep.
In Jeep? Okay. Do you need anything else? Good with coffee?
Yeah, maybe another maybe another puff off a cig.
Yeah, I can do that.
Was that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We go with it to Amy. Very bad. Cool.
Thank you.
Yep. Joe, so this is Amy. Oh, okay. So Amy, Amy's gonna take your pictures, and she's also gonna do your beautiful swab. So this is
So swab of the inside of your mouth.
yeah, just like a big Q-tip.
How's your sandwich?
Are you good for a second?
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Nice to meet both sides of the crowd.
What is it?
Robbie.
Robbie. How are you, Robbie? Good, great. Great, awful, but we're getting through it.
All right. So what I'll have you do is just stand up, and then I'm just going to take a series of photos of you front, and then side, and then back. And then let me just see your hands. I know it sounds like you showered and everything, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll probably just take a picture of your hands. And then the buccal swabs are super easy. You just open your mouth. We take 2 swabs on one side, 2 swabs on the other. And then, yeah, I don't think we're going to need to swab your hands, but we'll take it from there. So I'll just have you stand against the wall.
Here?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you have your sweats on underneath?
Yeah.
Oh. It's like, where'd you get those sweaties? All right. And then turn that way. And then turn and face the wall. Okay, and then turn and face this wall over here. Yep. Okay, and then let me see, hold out both your hands like this for me. And then put them over for you. All right, so we can label envelope and that with, we'll do right cheek first.
Envelope and this?
Yeah, please. Just put an R on there. Mm-hmm. And what? And then, tell me, I'll be right back. You good for a second? Sure.
Yeah. Where'd she go? He just wanted to get something, I'm not sure. He's just out in the hallway.
Okay, so I'm not going to do swabs here, but, all right, so I have not watched your interview, but my understanding is that there was some kind of physical altercation with you and Emily, and that you may have been struck, hit, kicked, something like that. Will you consent to me taking photographs of you without clothing on? And if you're not comfortable with it being me, I can have Robbie do it. to see if there's any bruising on you, or marks, or cuts, or anything like that.
I don't actually naked.
Well, you don't have to be totally naked, no. I mean, we can get, like, I could do chest and maybe legs if you have underwear on. If you're willing to let me, as part of the consent, to do photographs of your body as well. Okay. So any marks or bruises that you're aware of?
I don't think so.
Okay. Just hold your arms out for me. It's going to be hard to see the tab, so.
Supposed to take a while. There was like, I know I got hit in this arm, I know I got hit here, I know I got hit here, I know I got kicked here, but
No marks. All right, turn for me. Let me just check that. You said in your side somewhere? And then on your neck? Whereabouts again?
somewhere over here.
Okay. All right. Well, let's just do some photos. What's that?
Is there anything, I can't see that.
I can't. It's hard to
I can
see.
see with the tattoo.
Yeah, but I mean, there isn't one. There's not a tattoo up here, so. Yeah. Can you check in that box? If not in the box, down in my camera bag, there's a small scale. So same kind of thing we'll just do around. Come in a little bit closer. Okay, and then turn for me. Okay, and turn this over here.
No, what's that?
Okay, no, don't worry.
You good? No?
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, so now just let me turn so that your other side is facing me. I just want to look at the inside of your neck. So turn. There you go.
There.
Yep.
Double diamond.
Hold straight. That yellow cold is just a little lower.
Is there something there?
Well, it's, you know what, I have like a little, almost like a little birthmark right in my hairline, so it's kind of hard to tell if it's a little mark or if it's a birthmark, but we'll just document it. Okay. All right, you're all set. Thank you. You think that's amazing? Okay. How you doing with water? Don't you need more? I'm good.
I could probably pee.
You good? All right.
Somebody take me to the potty.
You got it. I will find somebody and have them come right back for you.
Thank you.
Whew, warm in here.
Feels so good.
Good.
Yeah, you spent?
Yeah.
Works for me.
Great.
I'll grab cigarettes if you want after you
Oh,
go to the
I'll
bathroom.
have a pop, yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite cool.
Good.
Right.
Are these your clothes you guys want? Do you need anything from us right now?
You guys, been great, thank you
Okay.
for everything.
Like we said from the beginning, we're not here to judge you, we're just trying to figure out what happened, and, I think we'll probably step out
Okay.
for now. If something changes, something comes to mind you think is important, you want to talk to us, you need a drink, you need to go to the bathroom, whatever it is, just let us know. You comfortable right here for now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take, this stuff with me, just because the money thing, I can't leave you in here. I know you're not gonna eat the chips, but if you change your mind, they're there, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Detective Sergeant Forrest, is it your understanding that for the next about 40 minutes of the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo is laying on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other questions asked in this room that you recall?
I don't recall if he used the bathroom in that 40 minutes or not. And then after that 40 minutes, as he's leaving this room, we were bringing him to a secure holding cell. I think I asked a question about his boots, but it was nothing significant.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. No, I'm going to use that. Yeah. Thank you. And Detective Sergeant Forrest, while the video's playing, there's a time at the bottom, a running time. Is that the actual time of day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when we just ended the video, it was approximately 5:07 p.m.?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. During that entire interview with Mr. Ferlazzo, did he ever say that he was unable or unwilling to speak to you?
No.
Did he ever say that he felt forced to speak with you?
No.
And did you provide him with anything that he asked for?
Yes, we provided him with food, coffee, water, cigarettes, bathroom breaks, a blanket.
And did he consume those things?
Some of those things, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 21. Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what it is?
It's a transcript of the recorded interview.
And does that include everything said in the interview room?
Yes, I believe so.
Does it also record the breaks?
I believe it records the breaks as well.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit States 21.
No objection.
One's admitted without objection.
At some point, do you move Mr. Ferlazzo to a different space?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time that was?
I believe it was about 40 minutes after the 40 minutes where he laid on the floor, just before 6 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. And where was that space?
So at the St. Albans Barracks, we were in the interview room. We moved him to a secure holding cell.
Okay. And did you speak with him while he was in the cell?
I did,
Okay. Multiple times or just once?
multiple times.
Okay. During any of the cigarette breaks or times you went in to speak with him, did you ask him more questions about Emily?
There was one occasion where we asked questions about Emily. All the other occasions were to check on him, cigarette break, provide him food, that type of thing.
Okay. And the time that you did ask him more questions about Emily, do you recall when that was?
I believe it was shortly after 9 p.m.
Okay. And was this recorded?
Yes, it was.
In which way?
So the holding cell has a recording system. It's audio, video. So the audio wasn't captured for some reason on that system. So there's video. And then as a backup, we have a digital recorder that I had in my pocket because sometimes technology breaks. So the audio is captured on the digital recorder.
Okay. And when you went in to speak with him again, did you tell him that you had more questions for him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you read him his Miranda warnings again?
I didn't reread them. I had the form, the Miranda waiver that he had previously signed. I showed it to him, and I explained all of his rights still apply. It was his choice if he wanted to talk, and we had more questions.
Okay. And what was his response to that?
I believe he said, "What are your questions?"
Okay. And how long did you speak with him?
It was about 20 minutes.
Right. And have you reviewed the recording that was in your pocket?
Yes, I have.
The state identified that as states 20. You reviewed that before your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the conversation?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And did we also provide you with a transcription of this conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And that's marked as states 22. Judge, this state would move to admit states 20 and 22.
No objection.
20 and 22 are admitted without objection.
Are there points during this audio that are hard to hear?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why that is?
So the handheld digital recorder that I use, I keep it in my pocket. So occasionally you can just hear like the rustling of my jacket.
Thank you.
It is October 19th, 2021, 9:18 p.m. Hey, Joe? You got a second? Can you sit up for me? You doing okay? How's the pizza? Yeah, it's okay. It gets old after a while, you know? We had a few more things we were hoping to talk about. Is that something you're willing to do? Go back into the other room? We just wanted to clarify a few more things. Totally your choice. Or if you don't want to walk all the way down there, we could do it in here. We prefer to just sit at that table, but whatever you're more comfortable with, again, it's your choice. You want us to just ask them in here? Okay, you said yeah, okay. So I'm gonna step in, just before I ask the question, I just want to show you this form we went over earlier with all your rights. I just want you to know that this Miranda form that you signed earlier, that all these still apply. So this is still in place. So at any point you want to talk to us, you just let us know, okay? Seth and I appreciate the conversation that we've had, the honesty that you've provided, and it's taken us some time to try to, what we like to do, check and verify guess my first question, before we get to some other specific ones, is there anything that has come to mind sitting in here that you want to share with us? Any details we haven't talked about yet?
I'm just gonna try to when I'm pressed, kind of like painted.
So nothing's come up that you're like, oh, I should have told him this, or I wish I had told him that? Okay. All right. And,
Do you have questions?
yeah, I think we have a couple.
So if we talked a little bit about it before, about the items that you take out and then juice, all the glasses and stuff. And I was hoping that you could just, if you can remember anything more about the bag that you put that in.
It was like a food shopping bag.
Do you remember what color it was or anything about? White, okay. And you talked about that you're very confident that if you put that bag in a garbage can at the Richmond gas station, did you put that white bag in any other bag, or did you put the white bag in the garbage? You know what I mean? Did you put it in a black bag before you put it in the garbage or anything like that, or something like that?
Pretty sure it was just the white bag.
Okay. I appreciate that.
When you say fruit shopping bag, was it paper, was it plastic? A plastic. Do you know where it was from?
It was like Shaw's and Dirty Bags.
Oh, right. I remember you saying that. Did you buy something at Shaw's or the Market Basket that would help kind of recall like what bag it was?
It's just a food bag.
But had you gotten it recently, or is it old?
Oh, I think I had like a lunch one.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then, you told us earlier that you grabbed the lock out of the closet and jumped on the bed. So I was hoping we could just talk briefly about, when you jumped on, did you jump on the bed or jumped on her correctly? How did that kind of play out?
Jumped on, well, yeah, like jumped on the bed. I jumped on her, she was on the bed, like.
Okay. And you had mentioned, when we talked before, you said that you don't believe she was sleeping because she was still kind of saying stuff under her breath to you.
Yeah.
When you jumped on her, did she say anything to you?
Something like, are you fucking kidding me? Or, you gotta be fucking kidding me? Or something like that.
And did, what was her reaction to you?
It was just like that. I mean, I just jumped on her and she said, like, are you kidding me? Are you gonna be fucking kidding me? Or something like that.
Did she try to fight you or anything like that? And how long did it have to take? Was it when you jumped on her and when you fired the first shot?
Second,
Okay. And how about the second shot?
another second.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth or anything. I'm just trying to understand. So you, essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, you jumped on her and bang bang. Like that. Is that how it happened?
And I think you shook your head no, but when Seth asked you if she tried to like put up a fight, did you say yes or no?
There was none.
There was no fight? Okay.
In the bags that you used, where did those bags come from?
Grocery store.
No, the garbage bags.
Grocery store.
Oh, so you got them at the grocery store. Did you have them prior to this, or did you have to go get the garbage bags?
I had them.
Okay. And I want to take you a little bit back a little bit. We talked about your trip to Vermont. You said that everything's pretty good and it was pretty good, right? Did you guys make any stops or do any sightseeing or anything like your way up here?
I feel like I did, but I can't. I don't know if I can answer that right now. I'm having a hard time focusing. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so my question was, is when you guys doing your travels to Vermont, previously we had talked about when they asked you, when you tell me about your travels here, you said it was pretty enjoyable, really happy. So my question to you now is if you made any stops or did anything between New Hampshire and arriving in Vermont?
Oh. I feel like I stopped and asked a lot. Fuel stops.
Can't imagine, I think it's, we gas not much. Probably terrible, huh? So have you ever thought about anything like this before? There's never a time in the past where I mean, to get under your skin. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but beating on you, as you said, kind of beating on you, provoking you. Was there ever a time when you felt like you could do something like this to her?
No. No. I guess, there's definitely been times that we go back and forth. She's like, I'm not killing you. Like, she would say, like, oh, like,
Yeah.
I want to kill him. I'm just going to kill you. I won't kill you. Just kind of.
So what do you think? How do you think this all happened? I mean, how do you feel like, it happened? What do you think happened? What do you think caused this?
I remember sitting there,
On the couch?
just trying to, like, it was raining. I remember I was just watching the rain. It was lightning. And I was on vacation and I was just trying to enjoy myself and stay out of the rain. And I just kept trying to, like, like, I just felt this like, wave come over me. Yeah, it was like,
What did that make you feel like you talked about before, like you felt like a warm sensation in your body?
yeah, like I just lost some focus. Rage.
Were you feeling angry, or were you feeling sad, or
Yeah, I felt-
how were you feeling?
I felt pushed, fed up. It was like, I swear it felt like I was just like a couple seconds. And it was just quiet. Sorry.
That's okay.
I don't know if it's helpful.
What were you feeling after?
Disgusting.
In what way?
I'm disgusted with myself.
So you feel disgusted with yourself, like in disbelief of what happened?
Yes, sir. I still am. I can't sleep.
Do you have anything else?
I don't think so. Anything that you want to share or questions for us before we wrap up here?
Nothing that comes to mind. Maybe I can have it. Do you have like a...
Yeah,
Can you leave me in it?
I can try.
Sounds like you have a question, but...
No, I don't. I can try to kind of explain the process from here. But before we get there, I guess I'd just say, like, I appreciate the honesty today. You know, I hope you feel that we treated you okay today. Yeah. It's, you know, our job isn't to judge or make judgment on anyone. We're fact finders and we're trying to piece this together. So we appreciate your honesty and yeah. So this last piece of paper I have is just a sworn statement form. Can you just spell your last name for me? Your date of birth? Which makes you happy? 20, 41, 41, you'll be 42 this year. What's your legal address, your residential address?
You're getting me out of the lines, place.
Do you live there? Or not really?
And kind of just bounce around.
All right. What's their address?
14 Meadowbrook Lane.
14?
Oh. So I never should have done about taking care of it.
I think Sam, you remember Sam?
Sam.
Sam, yeah, he was going to reach out. Jason, Sarah. Right.
She's so good.
She's pretty happy to tell you what to do that.
She's so good.
What was your phone number? 02?
It's 35, but
Appreciate it. So this sheet says that on October 19th, 2021, I, Joseph Ferlazzo, did I say that correctly? provided a verbal and audio recorded statement to Detective Sergeant James Morris of the Vermont State Police of my own free will without any threats or promises made to me. I am aware that it is a crime, a violation of Title 13 VSA 1754, to give false information to a police officer implicating another person or to deflect an investigation from the person or another person. The taped recorded statement is true and accurate to the best of my knowledge, belief, and ability. It's attached to and incorporated into that statement. Does that make sense? We're just asking that you swear that you told us the truth today. So feel free to read that. If you have any questions, let me know. If you agree, I'll have you sign where it says Athena and date right underneath it.
What is the 19th?
Yep. So in terms of process, where we go from here is we have to get in contact with the state's attorney's office and let them know, we've been in contact with them, but let them know where we're at. And ultimately, we will reach out, if the state's attorney agrees, reach out to a judge and see if they think you should go to jail tonight and have a court hearing tomorrow, if there should be bail, if there should be conditions of release. All of that is determined by a judge. It's not something that we determine. We just are we provide the information and they tell us what we should do. And then most likely you'll have a court hearing tomorrow at some point. I think in Chittenden it might be in the afternoon, like 1 p.m., but I'm not positive. So we should know a little bit more about where you're going tonight in a little while. But obviously with the information that you provided, and we appreciate it, and the information that we've learned throughout the investigation, we have located Emily and she's deceased, so that we have to deal with that. Make sense? Any questions on that? Okay.
Just have the fingerprint around it.
All right, we're gonna step out. You need anything right now? Okay, we can do that. It is now 9:38 p.m. Leave that up.
Why don't we take our morning break now? Take a 15-minute break.
file a motion to raise the temperature? Is that how that works?
They said that, they don't have access.
Well, that's dumb.
I think it's in Montpelier.
That, like, because that makes so much sense. No, it actually does though, because a lot of like buildings that are like owned by like grocery stores and stuff, like all of those don't have access to those things.
So is it 70 in Montpelier? We don't know about
Well,
it.
if it's like a government building, it makes sense that they can like control all of them.
I mean, whatever person in
I'm not
Montpelier
saying
office is
that-
having a great time. No, I get what you're saying. I'm just making fun of that.
Should be like.
It was interesting when they would pan the breaks. The camera would pan, just stares at that for however long the break is. It's really interesting.
Please be seated. Jury is all present and accounted for. We'll proceed after our morning break. Ms. George.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Sergeant Voris, what is the approximate total time that you spoke to Mr. Ferlazzo on the 19th?
I believe it was about 3 hours.
And at the end of the audio that we just heard, it appeared that you asked Mr. Ferlazzo if he was willing to sign a sworn statement form.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you which been marked as states 129. Is that the form you were going over with him?
Yes, ma'am.
And move to admit states 129.
Any objection?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibit 129, states 129 is admitted without objection.
Is this the form that I just showed you?
Yes.
Screen. And so in the audio, in the down the right corner there, is that where Mr. Ferlazzo signed?
Yes.
And when you asked him if he was willing to sign this, did he make any indications that what he told you wasn't truthful?
No, he did not.
Before moving on, the individual that you spoke with and that's on the video with you, is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Identified as Joseph Ferlazzo?
Yes, he's at the table, blue shirt, black tie.
Thank you. Judge, the state would ask that the record reflect Mr. Ferlazzo has been identified.
So reflected.
Have you interviewed individuals related to homicide cases prior to this one?
Yes.
Do you know how many approximately you were the case officer on?
At that time, I believe it was around 10, maybe, approximately.
And have you done others since?
Yes, since then, I've been assisted or been the lead on about 50 homicide cases throughout Vermont. I would say the lead on 15 of them.
Okay. And in your experience, is it common for people to appear tired or stressed during those interviews?
Yes.
Have people declined to speak with you during those interviews?
Yes, they have.
Have people told you that they don't feel comfortable speaking with you?
Yes.
Or that they aren't in the right state of mind to provide an accurate statement?
Maybe not in those exact words, but people have declined to speak with me for a variety of reasons.
Okay. Did Mr. Ferlazzo ever make any such statements during the time you spoke to him?
Never.
He did make a few statements about his mind not being right. Did that concern you in a way that made you question his ability to give a statement?
It didn't concern me from my standpoint because Mr. Ferlazzo was articulate. He was responsive to my questions. He said he wanted to talk like very early on. There was no concern about his ability to interact and converse with me.
Okay. And after you concluded the interview with him or with anybody, what's the sort of next steps you take in an investigation?
So I call it like check and verify. So when someone tells us something, we try to prove it right or prove it accurate and see if there's other evidence that supports what we're being told.
Actually, before we move on to that, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 13. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a sketch that Mr. Ferlazzo drew during our interview.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what he drew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State would move for state 13.
Any objection?
Any objection?
Oh, I'm sorry. No objection.
States 13 is admitted without objection.
And is this that sketch?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a little bit small, but can you kind of describe to the jury what it is?
So it's the sketch during the interview when Seth and I, or Detective Sergeant Richardson and I, were talking about the layout of the camper van with Mr. Ferlazzo. He drew the sketch. It's kind of, maybe appears upside down on the screen, but the bed is at the top. And then he depicted a couch, a closet, the bathroom, and he depicted the location where Emily currently was at the time of the interview.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the check and verify, is that what you called it?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, did you, after you interviewed Mr. Ferlazzo, did you work to confirm or deny things that he'd made in his statement?
Yes.
Statements that he'd made? And were you able, during the course of your investigation, were you able to verify any of the statements that he made?
Yes, we were.
And specifically starting with the location of the incident, were you able to confirm?
Yes. We spoke with his sister, Nikki, and she provided information that was consistent with what Joe provided us. Emily's geolocation data was consistent with being at Bolton Friday evening.
And he told you that the homicide had occurred while Emily was in bed. Were you able to verify that?
Yes.
Okay, and how were you able to verify that?
The physical evidence is consistent with that. You know, the pillow from the bed sheets, the bed itself.
And what about where he shot her on her body?
Yes, that was confirmed during autopsy.
Okay. And he made statements about firearms located in the van.
Yes.
Were you able to verify that?
Yes, there were firearms located in the van.
Okay. How many firearms were located in the van?
I believe it was 2 handguns and 3 long guns.
Can you describe what a long gun is?
Like a rifle, I think there was like a short-barreled rifle, a shotgun, and another rifle, and then 2 handguns.
Okay. Did he tell you during your interview that Emily owned any of those guns?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily had a gun?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily slept with a gun under her pillow?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you that Emily possessed or used a gun at any point?
No, he did not.
May we approach?
Judge, actually, I'm going to start with a stipulation.
Okay.
Did you confirm where Mr. Ferlazzo was the following morning?
Yes.
Where did you confirm that he was?
We obtained video of him out to breakfast at Maxie's in Waterbury, Vermont.
Okay. Judge, if the court could read stipulation states number 117.
All right, there's no objection to the admission of one.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, stipulation number 2. Members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video and a purchase receipt from Maxie's restaurant in Waterbury, Vermont from the morning of October 16, 2021. That surveillance video and a copy of the receipt was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective James Orris. The authenticity of the surveillance video and purchase receipt is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video and purchase receipt is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this case, in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. And that's admitted as states 117.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 14 and 15. Recognize these?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what they are?
15 is the receipt from Maxie's from October 16th, and 14 is a screenshot from the video from Maxie's.
State would move to admit states 14 and 15.
Any objection, Ms.
No objection.
14 and 15 are admitted without objection.
Detective Sergeant Horace, is this the screenshot from the surveillance?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury sort of what they're looking at here?
This is inside Maxie's restaurant in Waterbury, and Mr. Ferlazzo is in the kind of in the middle, maybe upper left side of the screen near the door.
And is this the receipt from the breakfast that morning?
Yes.
Were you able to confirm where Mr. Ferlazzo went Saturday night with his sister?
Yes.
Where was that?
The Twiggs restaurant in St. Albans, Vermont.
Judge, the state would ask the court to read stipulation number 3, states 118.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
States 118 is admitted. Or I'll read stipulation number 3. Members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. It's called a stipulation. A member of the Vermont State Police collected surveillance video from Twiggs Restaurant in St. Albans, Vermont from the evening of October 16, 2021. That surveillance video was added to the case file and reviewed by Detective James Orris. The authenticity of the surveillance video is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the surveillance video is also not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. States 118 is in.
Did you provide still shots from, surveillance videos from inside of Twiggs?
Yes.
And we have 2 different angles of that.
Yes.
Have you reviewed them prior to your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. The state would move to admit states 16 and 17.
No objection.
States 16 and 17 are admitted without objection.
show Mr. Ferlazzo in Twigs?
Yes.
Is this also inside of Twigs?
Yes, it is.
Were you able to, did you ever locate Emily's stuff that Mr. Ferlazzo indicated he'd thrown away?
We did not.
Okay, and that was her phone and her wallet,
And her glasses, yes.
glasses. And did VSP, members of VSP attempt to find these items?
Yes, we did. We were unsuccessful.
And you were looking, how long after he allegedly threw these things out were you looking for them?
So we had several detectives and troopers that were assisting in the investigation starting, on the 19th, which were several days after this all occurred.
Right, okay. Were you able to confirm whether or not he gave his sister a tattoo?
Yes, we did confirm that happened.
And at some point during the interview, were investigators able to locate Emily's body?
Yes.
And was she located where Mr. Ferlazzo said she would be?
Yes, she was in the bathroom area of the camper van.
Was her body in the condition that Mr. Ferlazzo said it would be?
Yes, it was.
Did you locate the saw that Mr. Ferlazzo said he used?
Members of the crime scene search team located it in the camper van in the area where he said it was behind the driver's seat.
Was there anything you learned after the investigation that Mr. Ferlazzo did not tell you during the interview?
Yes.
What was that?
I learned after Emily's autopsy that she also sustained stab wounds.
Okay. During your investigation, were you able to determine how tall Mr. Ferlazzo is
Yes.
and how much he weighed?
Yes.
And what was that?
I determined that through his DMV records.
And what is his height and what did he weigh?
It was 6 feet tall and approximately 200 pounds.
Okay. Did that seem consistent with your interactions with him?
Yes.
As part of the investigation, did you seek a warrant for call detail records for the phone number and physical phone belonging to Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, we had, there were separate search warrants for his phone number, a search warrant for Emily's phone number, and a search warrant for Joseph's physical cell phone.
Okay. And did you receive those records in return?
Yes, we received records for both phone numbers and for, the cell phone went to TI, our technology unit.
Okay. Did you review the records?
So the call detail records or the records associated with the cell phone carrier, so Joseph's phone number was 802, I think it was AT&T, and Emily's phone number started with 603 area code. Those carrier records I looked at briefly, but ultimately are analyzed by our technology unit. And then I did look at the data that came off of his phone myself.
Okay.
sorry.
objection?
What is it?
The phone.
Any objection to 119?
No, thank you. No, Judge, no objection.
Stipulation number 4, members of the jury, the state and defendant Joseph Ferlazzo have agreed that you may find certain facts. This is called a stipulation. Vermont State Police searched a red Jeep Wrangler belonging to Joseph Ferlazzo pursuant to a search warrant on October 19th, 2021. During that search, an iPhone belonging to Joseph Ferlazzo was collected by Detective Sergeant Aaron McNeil. The iPhone was tagged as item, quote, Jeep number 2, end of quote, / quote, item 14, end of quote, and delivered to the Vermont State Police Technology Investigation Unit, in parentheses, TIU, end of parentheses. The iPhone was in the same condition upon arrival at the TIU as it was when collected from the Jeep during the search on October 19, 2021. An extraction was done of Joseph Ferlazzo's iPhone, in parentheses, AKA, quote, item 14, end of quote, end of paragraph, by Detective Eric Jollymore and added to the case file. That extraction was done in accordance with his training, and the authenticity of that extraction is not being challenged. Chain of custody of the iPhone belonging to Mr. Ferlazzo is not being challenged. As with any evidence in this trial, you must decide what weight you will give this stipulation. Page 19.
So after the technology unit extracts that data and sends that portable case to you, how does that portable case look from your end?
So I received the case from the technology unit. We call it a portable case. It's on, in this circumstance, it was on a hard drive, like a portable hard drive. And I plug it into the computer. I can open the program on my desktop, and then I can review the data that was on the device.
Okay. And is that program pretty user-friendly?
Extremely user-friendly, yes.
Is there any training provided in order to use it?
There's no training required to read a portable case. I have taken training to create portable cases and to extract cell phones myself. I didn't do that in this case, but the portable case it's very user-friendly.
Okay. So were you able to review any text messages from Mr. Ferlazzo's phone to Emily's phone between the time she was killed and the time she was located?
Yes.
Were there any messages sent from Emily's phone to Joseph's phone during that time period?
No, all the messages were sent from Joseph's phone to Emily.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 18. Four pages. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what this is?
These are the messages that were observed, from Joseph's phone within that portable case that were sent to Emily's phone number.
State cease to admit 18.
Any objection to it?
No objection.
18 is admitted without objection.
She's talking. I'm going home to get home.
Detective Sergeant Boris, can you just read the messages to the jury and the date and time they were sent?
Yes. October 16th, 2021 at 1:09:58 p.m. Message sent, babe. On October 16th, 2021 at 1:20:49 p.m. Message sent, what are you doing? Talk to me, please. On October 16th, 2021 at 1:52:47 p.m. The message was sent that read, Where are you, Lovey? I wanted to ride with you today. On October 16th, 2021, at 2:02:18 p.m., the message was sent that read, I'm at the Langs, call me. On October 16th, 2021, at 2:02:47 p.m., message sent, the tranny on the bus is smoking, with a emoji. On October 16th, 2021, at 2:57:18 p.m., message was sent, whatever, I'm going to spend time with Nikki while I can, call me. On October 16th, 2021, at 8:09:48 p.m., WTF, babe. On October 17th, 2021, at 8:45:24 a.m., message read, good morning, Bubby. I miss you. Please call me. Nikki just messaged me. You want to meet up in Burlington for some snacks and whatnot. On October 17th, 2021, at 2:03:02 p.m., the message read, hello, question mark, question mark. On October 17th, 2021, at 8 p.m., the message was sent that read, please, M, pick up. On October 17th, 2021, at 8:12:12 p.m., message 2 emojis were sent. On October 18th, 2021, at 12:05:48 a.m., the message read, this is far enough. Get your ass home. I gotta go back to NH. Are you coming back? On October 18th, 2021, at 12:05:48 a.m., I believe that's the same message I just read. On October 18th, 2021, at 1:05:36 a.m., random question, where is the extension cord? I want to plug the fan in. October 18th, 2021, at 9:06:19 a.m., good morning, baby, with an emoji. On October 18th, 2021, at 10:25:51 a.m., you're an asshole. I don't deserve this shit.
Is that all of the messages that were sent?
I believe so, yes.
Ms. Jantz, any cross?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Morning, Detective Sergeant Voris.
Good morning.
On October 19th, the day Mr. Ferlazzo was interrogated by you and Detective Richardson, Spencer Lemons had already contacted the police through the 911 call and relayed to the police information that he had saying that Mr. Ferlazzo admitted to killing Emily. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And on October 19th, police were actively looking for Mr. Ferlazzo, correct?
Yes.
And Amy Nolan, who was at that time a member of the Vermont State Police, by happenstance encountered him in St. Albans and Maple Fields. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And she drove him in her truck back to the St. Albans barracks of Vermont State Police, correct?
Yes.
From the time that he arrived at the Vermont State Police barracks in St. Albans, he was never outside the presence of someone from law enforcement, correct?
I believe there were times where he was alone, like in the interview room, by himself. At points during the interaction.
Was he under observation through a two-way mirror at times when he was alone in the interview room?
That room doesn't have a two-way mirror, no.
Does not?
No, it does not.
Okay. Okay. At any point, was he free to leave?
He was probably not free to leave.
So we can agree that he was in custody during the time he was at the Vermont State Police Barracks, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So how long did you say you have been with the Vermont State Police?
Since January of 2014.
And prior to that, your law enforcement experience was what?
I have no prior law enforcement experience.
Okay. You did graduate from the Vermont Police Academy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the academy, you were told and given instructions on how to interrogate/interview a suspect, correct?
There was a class on interviews and interrogations, yes.
And you learned through your instruction, and subsequently, I'm assuming through experience, what is necessary in order for a confession to be considered voluntary and constitutional, correct?
I don't recall specifically the conversation around that, but I'm sure it may have been part of it. I just don't recall.
Well, you know that you can't make physical threats to get a person to confess, don't you?
Of course.
And you know that you can't even make threats of harsh penalties to get them to confess, right?
Correct.
And you can't make any promises of leniency, can you, to get them to confess?
Nope.
And the form that he signed indicated that he hadn't been coerced or threats made against him, correct?
I believe that's what it says, yes.
You also know that if someone is highly intoxicated, what they say may not be rational or valid, correct?
Depends on the situation, but that's possible.
It's possible. Or if someone is having a mental health crisis, that also may make the statements they are giving you not admissible because not rational, correct?
Not admissible? Are you asking if it's not admissible?
I'll withdraw that question and rephrase it.
Okay.
In order for someone's statements to be considered voluntary, they have to be able to think rationally. Isn't that correct?
That sounds right. I don't know the legal standard sitting here. Yeah, sounds about right.
Sounds right. So some things that might interfere with a person's ability to be rational are mental health issues, right?
Potentially.
Yes, yes, right?
No, I said potentially.
Potentially, depending on what?
I think you can have mental health issues and be rational.
Okay, so what you're distinguishing is the severity of the mental health issue at the time of the interrogations. Am I hearing you correctly?
No.
Okay, then tell me what you mean.
I just answered your question. If you asked if you could have mental health issues and be rational, and that I agree.
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear. And if someone had a physical condition that prevented them from being rational at the time of the interrogation, that also could be a reason why their statement might not be voluntary. Isn't that correct?
A physical condition?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay. So, for example, I'll give you some examples. If someone is severely injured and is unable to speak, to give a statement coherently, that would be a situation you would consider as not voluntary, wouldn't you?
Could the parties approach?
Yes. So, Mr. Ferlazzo, Joseph, came into the barracks and interacted with a couple of people before you and Detective Richardson came into the room to talk to him, correct?
Yes.
He was given coffee or a drink of water, correct?
Yes.
He was given a donut, I think, correct?
Yes.
And somebody said they would get him a sandwich. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Do you know that he said that he was really tired?
I know that now, yes.
Did you know that then?
I did not.
One of the first things he asked you was, what time is it, what day is it, correct?
That was not me.
You're right. I'm sorry, I withdraw that. He did say to you, however, I haven't eaten much and I've been up for days, correct?
I believe at some point he said that, yes.
I have a timestamp of 2:47 p.m., which would have been about 5 or 10 minutes into the interview with you.
Sounds about right.
Sounds right?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you he was tired? He'd been, yes?
He said he'd been up for days.
And then at 3:12, he said, I'm really tired. Do you recall him saying that?
I recall him talking about needing to sleep or being up for days and maybe being tired, yes.
And then immediately following that, he said, I don't know what day it is. This thing is sort of like not really able to have a clear thought, or I just feel like you're stuck in a hole. Do you remember him saying that?
I remember I had asked him what he did on Sunday, and he couldn't recall, and that's when he described feeling like he was stuck in a hole. Yes.
And that he didn't have a clear thought. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that specifically.
I can show it to you if that would help.
It would refresh my memory, or if I could look at the transcripts, that would be great.
What do you show here?
God's sakes.
But this doesn't have the timestamps.
I know. I'll find it.
I'll just take your testimony that you don't remember precisely him saying at that point that he didn't have a clear thought. Is that right? You don't have a clear recollection of that?
I just don't recall the exact words, and so that's my testimony.
Okay. But something to that effect. You do recall that he said, I'm not thinking clearly, regardless of whether you remember the...
I don't recall him saying, I'm not thinking clearly. I recall him saying, like talking about his mind, yes.
And what about his mind? Recall him saying?
Just generally, he was having some trouble remembering some things, and I think at one point he said he was trying to blank page it, I took that to trying to forget about what happened.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember him saying, I never thought anybody could push me to do that?
I do.
Do you remember him saying, my mind is so broken, I can't think straight?
I recall seeing it, reviewing the interview. I'm not sure if I was in the room at that point. I just don't recall, but I recall seeing that, yes.
That he said that, whether it was to you or to another law enforcement?
Yes.
Do you remember him saying, I'm not okay?
I do.
And in response to him saying, making various statements about him not thinking clearly, you didn't ask him why he wasn't thinking clearly, did you?
There were times in the interview where I asked like what that meant. You know, when he spoke about falling into a hole, I think my response was, what does that mean? So there were times where I did question what that meant.
Okay. And you didn't stop the interview, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't think that his statements to the effect that he wasn't thinking clearly was enough to stop the interview, did you?
I did not.
And when he said early on, I haven't slept for days, you didn't ask him if he needed to sleep before you spoke to him, did you?
I did not ask him if he wanted to sleep before we spoke.
And then at the end of the roughly 2-hour initial part of the interview that we saw, he put the blanket around himself and lay down on the floor, isn't that correct?
Yes, he did.
And slept for or we don't know whether he was actually sleeping, but he was on the floor for 40 minutes with the blanket wrapped around him, isn't that right?
Yes.
And then he was moved to a holding cell, is that right?
Yes.
And he was in that holding cell from approximately, I think you testified, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Is that also correct?
Yes.
And then you and Sergeant Richardson went to the holding cell to ask him more questions.
Yes, there was some interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo between 6 and 9 p.m., but around 9:15, we asked more questions.
He was sleeping, wasn't he, when you arrived at the cell?
I don't know if he was sleeping.
Was he lying down?
He was lying down.
Did he have the blanket over himself?
He did.
We all just heard the audio of your interview with him at about 9:17 or something like that?
Around that time, yes, ma'am.
Sounded very sleepy, didn't he?
I would say he sounded like Mr. Ferlazzo. I don't
Okay,
think he sounded
well-
sleepy.
Well, your only interaction with him was the original interview. I'll withdraw the question. He reiterated to you something he told you early on, that at the time of the alleged shooting, a wave came over him. Isn't that right?
He did reiterate that, yes.
And he had originally told you he had a feeling of warmth come over him. Isn't that right?
Yes, he also used the word rage.
Yes, he did. He also said loss of focus, didn't he?
Yes.
That's okay. That's okay. We found the page, but I'm not going to go back. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
No read back, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Does the court want to start the next witness?
If you have a witness available, why don't we start?
Who's next?
Seth.
Seth.
Right hand, please. Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth as to the pains and penalties of the
Yes.
Good afternoon.
afternoon.
Good morning. Can you state your name and spell your last name, please?
Seth Richardson, Richardson.
Okay. And how are you employed?
Currently employed by the Vermont State Police.
Okay. The acoustics in here are not great, so try to keep your voice up so they can hear you in the back. Currently employed by the Vermont State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you worked for the Vermont State Police?
13 years?
Were you employed by them in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you become involved in an investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes.
When did you become involved?
It was on the morning of the 19th.
And in what capacity did you become involved?
So I'm a detective sergeant assigned to the major crime unit. My commanding officer had contacted me and asked me to respond.
Okay. When the major crimes unit is needed, are all of the members of the major crimes unit sort of brought in?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And so where did you travel from?
My residence in Rutland, Vermont.
Okay. Upon arrival at the St. Albans Barracks, what tasks were you given related to this investigation?
So I was paired with Detective Sergeant Sam Truex, who is since retired. We were asked to go to the Lang's residence, inquire if Jason Lang would participate in the interview, and if so, during that interview, if we could obtain consent to search his property.
Okay. And did you search the property?
Yes.
Did you locate Emily on the property?
No.
And did you return to the barracks?
Yes.
After that? And so what tasks were you next given related to the investigation?
So shortly after I returned to the barracks, I had learned that Joseph had come to the barracks, or was brought to the barracks, and that would be assisting Detective Sergeant James Voris with interviewing Joseph.
Okay. What information did you have about the case prior to going into the interview?
Really not much. That it was a missing person complaint. It was somewhat suspicious, and at that point, I don't remember if the RV was seized or was in the process of being seized.
Okay. What was your role during the interview?
Just a co-interviewer, I guess a second interviewer in the room.
Okay, so the jury has seen the video. Is it you in the room with Detective Sergeant Voris?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present when Detective Sergeant Voris read Mr. Ferlazzo his Miranda rights?
Yes, I was.
Miranda warnings. And so did you witness him waive those rights?
Yes, I did.
Did he have any questions or concerns about those warnings?
No.
Did he make any statements about wanting to talk to you?
Joseph was eager to talk to us. Joseph said he was there to talk to us. He told James that essentially didn't need to beat around the bush.
Okay. And did you, we've heard obviously the whole interview, so did you have concerns initially in speaking with Mr. Ferlazzo about his ability to speak with you?
No.
Okay. Was there ever a time in the times that he was spoken to where it wasn't recorded?
No.
Did you ever feel like he wasn't responding to the questions appropriately?
No.
Did he ever say anything that gave you the impression he didn't want to engage with you?
No.
Did you ask Mr. Ferlazzo if he was willing to provide a buccal swab of his DNA?
Yes, I did.
And did he agree to that?
Yes, he did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 128. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what it is?
This is a Vermont State Police consent to search form. The form here, the biological is checked off with corresponding DNA and photos of Joseph Ferlazzo. That's my signature as a witness, and that's Joseph's signature on the sign line.
Move to admit States 128.
Any objection, Ms. Johnson? 128 is admitted without objection.
this is showing States 128. Is this the form that you went over with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that his signature down in the lower right-hand corner?
Yes.
Okay, and did he have any concerns about signing this form?
No.
After completing the initial interview, did you bring Mr. Ferlazzo outside for a cigarette break?
Yes, I did.
And was that interaction recorded?
Yes, James was recording the recording us.
Okay. And did you ask him any questions about Emily during that time?
No.
Have you listened to that recording in preparation for today's testimony?
I have.
Okay. The state has marked it as Exhibit 130. Judge, we would ask to admit it as evidence.
Objection.
Okay, 130 is admitted without objection.
Joe, you doing okay? You want to stay sleeping or would you like a cigarette? Seth is going to grab one. I know you asked for one a while back. We're just trying to get some things squared away here. Everything's okay for now. We're just, things take time, So, but you can grab the cigarettes or if you want to sleep, you can let you sleep. All right, come on out. It is 8:15. That was we provide a cigarette to Joe, Detective Sergeant Richardson and Detective Sergeant Lawrence.
Parts of that are difficult to hear. Can you give just a quick summary of sort of what was discussed?
Yeah, so essentially, Joe and I were having a conversation about when my workday started, when I was scheduled to be finished my shift, apologized to me. Joe was wearing a sweatshirt that I also have. We talked about that, the weather, and that's really it.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would seek to admit 131, which is the transcript of that conversation.
No objection. It's 131 is admitted without objection.
So after this conversation, did he go back to the holding cell?
Yes.
And did you eventually approach him again for additional questions?
Yes.
The jury has heard that recording. It appears that you asked most of the questions during that interaction.
Yes.
What was the primary purpose of that later interview?
To try to discern where Emily's belongings were. I think there was a question about. I think there was a question about some shoes, glasses, cell phone. We were trying to figure out where that stuff was.
Okay. And he had stated to you that he believed they were he'd thrown them out in a market basket, grocery bag?
Yes.
Is that right? And you said in the beginning, one of your first tasks was to go to the Langs to search that property, and you didn't locate Emily. Where was Emily ultimately located?
Inside the RV or van.
Okay, and was that on the Langs property?
At one point it was, yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
You have some questions, Ms. Johnson?
I do, Your Honor.
Why don't we take them up at one? We'll take our lunch break. Again, please don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't try and find out any information about the case from any outside source. We'll see you at 1 o'clock to resume. See everyone at 1.
did you go to Bandit Tow?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe Jaylee's vehicle?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, what kind of just plain view observations did you make?
Plain view observations, I observed debit cards, credit cards in the driver's seat of the vehicle, and I observed a key ring with 2 gold keys on the passenger side of the vehicle that had a little wooden block attached that said J.
Other items in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, did you take photographs of the exterior and the interior of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, and did you check to see whether the car was locked or unlocked?
Yes, sir, I did. I checked the passenger side door and the vehicle was unlocked.
All right, and with regard to Bandit Towing's procedure, would they have needed to gain access to the interior of the car before they towed it to their place of business?
No, sir.
All right. So it was in the same condition as it would have been before they towed it there?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I could have this marked for ID as a connected exhibit.
It's going to be 89. We start with this morning. All right, be marked as S89. Those are photos of.
No objection.
Okay. All right.
It's going to be
20 pictures. All right. I assume you're asking to be introduced. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think he's justified to photograph, right? He did. Okay.
All right. S89 will be admitted.
All right. And you've reviewed these photos that we just had received into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And did they accurately depict the condition of Jaylee's vehicle at the time you observed it on the 11th?
Yes, sir.
Y'all seeing this?
You see it?
Put it back on the big screen. Is it being broadcast on the big screen there or not?
There it is. All right. Can you see it?
I can.
Looking at 89.1, is that the exterior from the front angle of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Anything distinctive about that photo? The condition, just the type of car it was?
Yes, sir. I know that it was a Ford.
And if you don't mind, that microphone is 5 feet.
Yes, sir. It's a black Ford with a gold racing stripe down the middle.
All right, anything on the dashboard?
Flowers.
Going around that angle is there on 89.2 of the sort of a angle looking down the driver's side of the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And then 89.3 is just going to be an exterior photo of the rear.
Yes, sir.
And, just some unique characteristics of that. Had a student ID and a sticker on the back and a vanity tag that said Jaylee.
Yes, sir.
All right, then you moved in to take photos of the exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the interior of the vehicle. All right, is that, prior to this photo being taken, did anybody gain access and change anything inside the contents of the vehicle, any items inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
All right, so these photos, it's in the same condition as it was when the first was over.
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is going to be 89.5 being projected. Just describe what was your observations about the driver's seat, the driver's area of Jay Lee's vehicle.
There is a bean bag possibly in the driver's seat, and the debit and credit cards are right there in front of the bean bag.
All right. I'm pointing to that on the sort of back of the seat, the back part of the seat. Is that what you're referring to? Is it a pillow, a bean bag?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then below that, on the seat part of the seat, you identified some cards.
Yes, sir.
What were those?
Credit cards,
And then on the steering wheel,
masks.
sort of like COVID masks.
Yes, sir.
In the console, some other personal items.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, 89.6, is that a sort of a closer image of what was in the driver's seat?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine who those cards belonged to?
Yes, sir.
Who were they?
Jay Lee.
Looking at 89.8.
Let's cover up those numbers there if they're visible.
I ask you to look at exhibit 89.8. Were those some of the credit cards and the student ID of Jay Lee?
Yes, sir.
And where were they photographed? What part of the vehicle?
The driver's seat.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could have the bailiff published to the...
I'll do all that anyway. Let the jury see that, okay?
What is it?
It's all part of 89. I didn't want those numbers displayed on the screen, so.
All right. I'm going to hand you 89.9. Is that a receipt from Dollar General on July the 7th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was that located in the vehicle photograph?
Center console.
All right. Your Honor, it has last four. If I could have that published as well.
You can.
On the screen, I've got 89.10. That photograph was made during the search of Jay Lee's vehicle.
It was.
And where is that located in the vehicle?
Center console.
And what items were significant for taking that photograph?
The credit cards.
Did you find out who they belong to?
Yes, sir. Jay Lee.
How did you identify them?
About the names on the cards.
All right, looking at 89.11, on your screen. Have you moved to a different area of the vehicle?
The passenger side.
Passenger side. Now, is that the same condition as when you first observed before you took any photographs?
Yes, sir.
Still in the same condition?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you just kind of describe that area of the vehicle? What was in the seat, what was in the floorboard, things like that?
In the seat is the key ring. It's right next to the water bottle on top of the jacket.
Is that on top of the jacket in the seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then in the floorboard, there's a UPS slip, a Cool Whip can.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A thermos, a water bottle, a screwdriver
Right there.
beside the thermos.
Right
Yes,
there.
yes, sir.
Beside. Okay. What else is
And the shot glass.
there? Right there.
Yes, sir.
All right, the shot glass standing straight up or knocked over?
Standing straight up.
All right. What about the Cool Whip?
Sitting straight up.
All right, 8912. Is that just a closer image of the passenger seat of the keys and the water bottle on the jacket?
Yes, sir.
All right. And 8913, is that just a closer image of what was on the floorboard?
Yes, sir.
Looks like there's like barcode.
The UPS slip.
UPS slip?
Yes, sir.
Like a package delivery or return?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, now looking at 8914, what area of the vehicle is that photograph taken?
The back seat.
Okay, on what side?
The driver's side.
Can you identify the objects that were in the back seat on the driver's side?
Yes, sir. There is a pink dog carrier attached to the headrest of the driver's seat, and right in front of it, that black box contained a saxophone.
Okay. All right, looking at 8916. What part of the vehicle is the interior of the vehicle is being photographed?
The back passenger side.
All right, just describe for the record and for the jury what you observed in the back seat and on the back seat floorboard.
Another box, some toilet paper, and a thermos in the floorboard.
Now then, in the vehicle, you've documented the different debit cards, credit cards, ID. Was there any other things of value
Inside of the vehicle.
inside the vehicle?
There's an old driver's license, a new driver's license, and a student ID.
Student ID, debit cards, credit cards?
Yes, sir.
What about cash?
$5 in cash.
You project 8917. Where was that cash observed?
This cash was loose dollar bills in the center console of the vehicle.
Okay. Now then, 8918, why did you put these items together and take a picture of those items that were taken from the car?
Because this was a collection of all the items that were seized from the vehicle.
I'm going to hand it to you. I know it's got information on it, but that information is pretty hard to read, is it not?
It is.
All right. I want to ask you specifically about the keys. I'm trying to keep the other information off.
I think that's hard enough to read, don't be too worried about it.
All right. You see those keys being projected on 8918?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've described it, it had a sort of a personalized token
Yes, sir.
on it. It said J.
It did.
Now, on the keychain, was there any key on that keychain that went to the car?
No, sir.
Did you find a key that went to the car?
No, sir.
All right. And then 8919 was the saxophone in the back seat?
Yes, sir.
And that was that in the box on the driver's side?
It was.
Okay. And then 8920, the last image of the exhibit, was that in Jamie's vehicle?
It was.
What is that?
Birth certificate.
All right, if I could have that published to the jury. Where was the birth certificate found?
I do not recall.
Don't remember what area? Now, in the investigation that began on when OPD was notified by UPD about Jay Lee, was that your first search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Did you execute any other search warrants?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many search warrants did you seek to get on any of his debit cards, credit cards, checking account information?
I did discover and cash out. And we sent one off to American Express as well.
So you were involved in the American Express search warrant as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. At what time did you issue a search warrant for the Discover card?
The Discover card, it was early on in the investigation. I believe it was on 12.
July the 12th? And just describe for the jury how that works. You issue a search warrant to the credit card company,
Yes, sir, I did.
and you executed that on July the 12th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Sent the search warrant to Discover. If you could tell the jury what date range of transaction history, account information you were looking for from Discover in that search warrant.
I was looking for any transaction history between July 8th and July 12th, or July 7th and July 12th.
Okay.
No objection.
All right.
Counsel, just kind of stating to the record, it's the number of pages, just stating how many pages there are, so start throwing stuff around the courtroom, we know what we got to find.
This is S90 from.
That's, Your Honor, Mr. Crickmore, I don't show a return on the file. Yes, it's got a return, I don't show a return. Oh, that's what they return. That is the return on the
Yes.
Discover, right?
Yes.
Front page.
Return.
But he didn't sign a return. Yeah. I'm just asking. I just want to look, he had one, I need a copy of it. I got like 5 or 6 that don't have return.
On the search warrant, did you have a return
For Discover?
for Discover?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have it with you?
Have a copy?
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
No objection to the records. We'd ask that they receive.
All right, let's get it. It's gonna be 90 for you, 90.
S9.
All right. S90 will be admitted.
All right, I'm gonna hand you exhibit 90. Now,
We got all he can need, Sheriff. If anybody in charge, y'all hot enough? All right. Yeah, I know, just do your best. We ain't too particular.
all right, so the transaction history goes back to 2021.
Yes, sir.
All right. What was the date of the last transaction on the Discover card?
July 7th of 2022.
All right. At the time that Discover was complying with that request, that was on 7/12, they would have given you any transactions that would have occurred between July the 7th and July the 12th, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other transactions in between July the 7th and July the 12th of 2022 on that Discover card?
No, sir.
All right, did you issue a search warrant for the American Express or OPD?
Yes. Yes, sir. OPD issued a search warrant for American Express.
Do you have that search warrant?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was the date range of the information that was requested in that search warrant? And do you have the return on those?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was the date of the return on the American Express?
I believe it was returned in February of 23, because you have to mail American Express search warrants.
All right. Well, let's start over. Search warrant was obtained on what day?
It was obtained on my notes, the 12th of July.
When was it delivered to American Express?
It was mailed to American Express on the correction. American Express was on the 18th of July, and it was returned on the 24th of February 2023.
February 24th of
2023.
2023. Did they send a return to you when they sent you the information, the transaction history on that account?
They did return the
Certificate of authenticity?
I do not believe they returned a certificate of authenticity.
They didn't send a cover letter with it?
I don't believe so.
All right. So the records that you have from that account, what is the date range on the information that you received?
The date range, American Express, went to
From when?
August the 10th,
Beginning
March of 22,
March of 22 until
until the last charge was August the 10th.
of 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, now on that information that they provided, is that the one where you had to go in and put a password in order to access the information?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No objection. As long as you stay, again, you stay for the record. For the pages.
No, but exhibit number 91.
Yes, sir.
No objection to that be admitted. You ask it to be admitted, Mr. Creekmore?
Yes, sir.
All right, 91 to be admitted.
All right, so looking at the transaction history on American Express, if you could just tell the jury how many transactions were on Jay Lee's American Express in the month of April?
In the month of April, 27.
All right, it's actually, you had March as well too, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
So how many transactions in March?
18.
How many in April?
27.
How many in May?
36.
How many in June?
45.
All right. Now then, from July the 1st to July the 8th, how many transactions were on the American Express card?
9.
All right. Were there any on July the 8th, 2022?
No, sir.
All right. After July the 8th, 2022, did you look at the transaction history through that August, I believe you said August 12th, did you not?
10th.
August 10th. Did you examine that history?
Yes, sir.
Did you determine what kind of charges those were?
Yes, sir. They were automated charges.
Okay. All right. Let's go through the automatic charges in July.
July the 10th and the 24th, Apple.
So that would be like a Apple fee subscription service
Yes, sir.
that automatically came out of the account?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then what's the next automatic that occurred?
Disney Plus on August the 4th.
All right. Subscription charge?
Yes, sir.
All right. Automatic?
Yes, sir.
Any other transactions?
There's another Apple charge on August the 10th. And there is a Disney Plus credit applied on August the 8th.
Okay. That microphone, get real close. So that last one was a Disney credit?
Yes, sir. Disney credit on August the 8th.
Okay. How were you able to determine that those were actually automatic transactions?
Because I could see on the statements that the Apple charge showed that it was an internet bill charge.
And though, would Jay Lee need to be alive in order for those charges to occur?
No, sir.
After that last transaction on July the 7th, tell the jury what that transaction was.
On July the 7th, it was a purchase at Loving Hair.
I'm sorry?
It was a purchase at Loving Hair.
Okay. Was that an automatic charge?
On July the 7th, no, sir.
Point of sale purchase? Point of
Yes, sir.
sale purchase?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were there, after that transaction, were there any other point of sale transactions on that American Express?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, there were several other cards. You weren't involved in the search warrant on them, but were you activity on cash out?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other financial institutions that you got information on?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, court's indulgence. Yes, go ahead.
If I could clarify one thing about the photographs. When I went out there and executed the search warrant with Detective Baker, I recall that I took the photographs, but I could be wrong. He could have taken those photographs, but that could be proven by our body camera footage of who actually was the one with the camera in their hand.
You didn't have to explain it to the court where you spoke to the press. You identified the depictions as being accurate. You didn't have to clarify that. They accurately represent
Yes, sir.
yourself,
Yes, sir.
observed, when you went out to pursuant to the search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Court's indulgence.
Mr. Burke, I want to ask you a couple of questions about your investigation. My list reflects that you did at 23 search warrants. Is that a fair statement? Something like that?
Yes, sir.
I promise you I'm not going to ask you about all of them, but I do want to go over, first of all, you did Discover, Capital One, two American Express search warrants on, with two different cards. You had to issue two search warrants on the same card.
I did the first American Express search warrant, and it was supposed to be mailed. I went out of town at the end of that week, and I found out that that was not mailed. Detective Scott Hollowell sent the American Express search warrant.
Okay, you're familiar with it though, right?
Yes, sir.
You did the search warrant on the DNA for Mr. Harrington, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were involved in the execution and the return on the search warrant of Mr. Harrington's car as well as entertainment center, right?
I do not recall the infotainment center.
It's got you signed. I think it's got you signed off on the return, I believe. Let me check to make sure. I'll get back to it, but you did the apartment lock audit, the two search warrants on his apartment, Mr. Harrington's apartment. Did you do two search warrants on it?
Yes, sir.
You did Jaylee's cell phone, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm not going to read out the entire cell number, but did you do a search warrant on a cell number ending in 2533? It's identified on my list we put together a search warrant, Jaylee's cell.
Yes, sir. It was AT&T.
Okay, it's AT&T. All right. Do you have those records with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can I look at them, please?
Yes, sir.
You have the return on that search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can I look at it, would you mind? You have the warrants, but you have the actual documents that came back as a result of this search warrant?
Not with me.
I don't have those records. Could you provide them to me if you don't mind? Copy of them? Mr. Burke, if you don't mind, I promise you I'll get your copy back, but if you give me that return, I'll mark it, make sure you get a copy of it back. Have it marked next number to exhibit. 292, one page, and move for introduction at this time.
No objection. That's the return of AT&T.
Cell phone data return for Jimmy Lee.
Okay. It's D92.
Detective, that, you'd agree with me, you got those returns, back on July the 25th, correct, 2022? I promise you I'm not gonna mislead you. Fair statement.
At the 21st,
When was the return signed?
the 25th.
That's right, you signed the return, but you got them back on the 21st. You signed the return on the 25th, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. As far as Mr. Harrington's first warrant on his apartment, do you remember when it was executed?
July the 22nd.
And I believe the return was done on the 26th, and I'm gonna hand you, Mark, for identification as that return. The next number of item, I think D23. 93. Now, I think these items have already been introduced into evidence, or photographs of these items have been introduced in other civics, but this appears to be your return that you executed the search warrant. I think you did send a video of it on the 22nd, and you executed that on the 26th, right?
I executed it on the 22nd. It was signed on the 26th.
Okay. Thanks. And you also did, on that same day, you executed a search warrant on the lock audit system there at the apartment complex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'll hand you the return, what I understand to be the items in relationship to the lock audit for Mr. Harrington's apartment, correct? You got that return, you executed that warrant, right?
Yes, sir. We did have information returned to us.
Like to have it marked, for identification introduced, there's no objection to it. The return? And the contents of the return. I'll identify the pages.
Your Honor, may we approach just for 1 second?
Thank you. Your Honor, I'll count the pages. 1, 2, 17 pages, I believe. Read it tomorrow. Detective. D-94 appears to be what's been provided as the return and contents of the return, similar to the other documents you testified about. Does that appear to be the return, the lockout return from the apartment complex, Mr. Harry?
The return on the front is mine, but I turned the lockout information over to Detective Baker, who did the examination. So I've never looked at the actual contents of the lockout.
But you did the return, did you attach the, have you ever seen those documents that attached to that?
I've seen the return.
What about the documents that appear to be the lockout information for the apartment? Have you ever seen those documents before?
I've never seen these documents before.
I have a mark for identification at this time. So I'm just kind of curious how you executed a return on a search warrant without viewing the documents that were attached to the search warrant, like you testified to earlier about the documents on the other exhibits that speedily introduced into evidence just a few moments ago. This is the only return and contents of the return that you haven't looked at, Detective?
No, sir. There were multiple that I did not review.
But you signed the return. This was the inventory of it. This is the return includes the inventory. You inventory something when you get it back, right?
I signed the return after Detective Baker advised me that the information was, that information in the lock audit was provided.
And yeah, this information was provided. Detective Baker reported to you that this is what he got from the law college, from the apartment complex. You signed the return.
I signed the return.
Move into Desmond this time.
I'm going to allow, he signed vouching for it, I'm going to let D-94 be admitted.
I'm sorry. All right. I noticed that you did returns or executed warrants on, and it's not identified in any package that I have, but I'll give you the last 4 digits of the phone number. I don't, it is 2914. All I have on here is a search warrant on cell number 29, last 4 digits, 2914 OPD Mike Burks, and I have no return. And my as of 11/18/2022, there was no return. Can you tell me what that search warrant was? That 2914 search warrant? I got it listed number 68 on my list. I know it's not your number, but can you tell me who's associated with that search warrant? I mean, with that cell number?
I need to see a copy of the warrant so that I can know what I'm.
Is that on your list? You whether or not you did a search warrant on that cell number? It's a 662 number. I'm not going to give the middle digits. It's 2914. That doesn't ring a bell, or any of you listed your search warrants?
I would have to see it.
All right. What about, do you have any other search warrants that include cell numbers for any people of interest or any individuals that may be witnesses that you, during the course of your investigation, you felt like you needed to retrieve their cell phone numbers? If you identify those individuals, I appreciate it. All I have is numbers.
Right. Can you please repeat your question?
It was twofold. It appears that as to an individual by the name of Blaine Brown, cell phone number for Mr. Brown, and I think it was executed. There was no return on files. OPD, y'all's records, there's no return. You remember getting cell phone numbers from Mr. Brown?
Can I see the document that you're referring to?
No, I'm not gonna have it marked. I'm just gonna look at it for a second. You look at it and tell me whether or not. Look at the whole document. There's a couple of people on there. Got on my list that you sent them and executed them. If that's incorrect, please let me know.
I do not recall doing a search warrant for Blaine Brown, or I do not have the warrant in front of me.
Or that number, is that number associated with him? Am I missing something?
I see the number, I just don't recognize it.
What about the other numbers on there? Y'all don't mind if I approach? And the name on there, Blaine Brown, and there's a number on there. Don't read your cell number, please, but the last 4 digits, 2489. It says Mr. Baker on there. And Mr. Baker did those. You did not do those, right?
Right, I have no recollection of that.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the photographs that we just looked at. Did you, last 89 photographs we just did? Yeah, did you?
It's just, there's a picture of a car right there. I don't know if that's it or not anyway.
Here it is. Anyway, the photographs of the car that,
We'd like to find it at some point. Y'all might as
Might as well
well.
find it.
We ain't going home without it.
all right, thank you, Judge. Can you tell me, other than photographing the car, Detective Baker, did you do anything else with reference to the car? Have it towed anywhere else, anything along those lines? Did you do anything other than photograph the car?
Yes, sir, we searched the car.
Excuse me?
We searched the car.
All right, you searched the car, immediately after you photographed it?
Yes, sir, after it was photographed.
And before it was processed by anybody? By any crime lab tech or anything?
That was before, yes, sir.
You searched it before the crime lab tech got there?
Before we sent it to the crime lab, yes, sir.
All right. Did you move items around looking for stuff?
Yes, sir.
In the car? Okay. So, your representation is that everything in the car was exactly in this condition when you photographed it. Y'all didn't go through it before you photographed it, right?
No, sir.
Okay, but you represent to the jury that before it was processed, that it was, y'all went through it looking for items of value, correct? I mean, looking for whatever. You had a mace thing in there that was attached to this key fob right here that you've identified, I believe. You've identified this as, it's like a key fob, right, or something, but key wasn't in it, right?
I'm not sure what that is.
It appears to be a key fob, something belongs connected to the key. Do you know whether or not y'all were able to determine, I know it has J on it. Maybe you'll figure out that's probably J. Lee's, but those keys that are associated with that key ring that y'all, or did you do anything to determine whether or not what they went to, anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. And in this photograph here, I'm trying to figure this out. Help me a little bit, I appreciate it. How you blow this thing up, Judge? I think there's a better photograph of some other, but this appears to be, that was attached to or in close proximity to that key ring, its original location, appears to be one of those mace containers. You put mace in that people use. Is that what it appears to be, Mr. Burke?
What are you referring to in the photo? What part of the photo are you referring to?
You see the key fob holder right there?
I see the little black piece, yes, sir.
And the little black thing next to it. I'll try to find it later, but it got another picture somewhere. Does not appear to be one of those mace holder things that people use to protect themselves when someone may attack them, or is that what that looks like? Yes or no?
I have Mason. No, sir, not to me.
All right, but trying to see if I got a better picture of it. But it's a fair statement that these water bottles, that water bottle on the seat there, is material in the same place generally. You may move it a little bit. It was sitting on the seat at the time, right? And all these items that were here, this bottle, all these bottles on the floor here, and bottles down here, all these bottles and things materially are in the same position that it was when y'all opened the door, right?
Yes, sir.
Y'all said you moved some stuff before the crime lab got here. That would include the front part and also the back seat and also the trunk. You're going through it, figure out. I expect you to open the trunk, see if somebody's in it, right? I mean, or look in the back seat.
Yes, sir. We went through the entire vehicle.
Sir?
We went through the entire vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Now, the return on the search warrant in Mr. Harrington's house, the first one didn't include the cell phone that was taken from his residence, right?
That is correct.
You had everything on the warrant return, but not the cell phone. Was that just inadvertent? Was nothing intentional about that, was it? Just happened to be missed off that return?
The cell phone was taken with Detective Baker and Lieutenant Fortner when they left the apartment. It wasn't in front of me. I didn't see it. I didn't notate it down.
So they took the cell phone with them, with Mr. Harrington, right?
Yes, sir.
And the second search warrant that you did on Mr. Harrington's apartment was done on July the 27th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thinking about done, Your Honor. One more question. Did you talk with anyone there when the vehicle it was towed there by Bandit? Is that right? That's where y'all went to Bandit to do this, is that right?
We did go to Bandit.
So you didn't tow it anywhere else, it was at Bandit?
It was at Bandit. When we arrived, when I went out to Bandit initially to meet UPD, it was in the main tow yard. And when we came back to the search warrant, they moved it into the inside shop area using the same record.
Okay. Cool. sorry, Detective. Did you talk to the tow truck driver that day, or just go to Bandit?
Yes, sir, I did. I believe it was Michael Kent.
Right. And Mr. Kent, had been some evidence introduced that he picked it up at Molly Bar and brought it there to his shop, right?
Bandit Towing, yes, sir.
And he was pretty adamant when he talked to y'all that it wasn't in that parking spot when you interviewed him when he passed through earlier that day. I'm not saying it wasn't in Molly Bar Trails, but he was pretty adamant that he didn't miss it that morning when you went through what.
I don't recall.
Thank you. I think that's all I have.
All right, redirect. There you are. All right. Now this witness be final excuse. Would you like to return?
John, I may need him later.
All right.
I'm not sure.
You're remaining in subpoena, which means you can't be in the courtroom during other people's testimony. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else because you may be called back, okay? Be free to leave the courtroom and just be in contact. Y'all got contact information on you, Mr. Horan?
Yes, sir. I think I do. I just want to make sure I don't miss a photograph. I can get them.
All right. You can leave. You don't have to stay in the courthouse, but you can't stay in the courtroom, okay?
Yes, sir.
Don't discuss your testimony with anyone else. Let's see, y'all been out there an hour and 11 minutes. So we actually started on time this morning. I don't know if anybody gave us any credit for that or not anyway, but we, and you haven't had to get up and leave yet. So far we're getting, I'm going to give us credit this morning. Why don't we, how long, next week is going to be quite long, isn't it? Let's take a break, okay? Remember the court's instructions. Don't discuss the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Don't form or express any opinions about You may proceed when ready.
Detective Baker, please introduce yourself to the jury.
Ryan Baker.
And could you tell us how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Oxford Police Department as an intelligence officer.
And how long have you been an intelligence officer with the Oxford Police Department?
As far as intelligence officers, I've been about a year. Prior to that, I was a detective with the Criminal Investigations Division at Oxford Police Department.
So in July 2022, what was your position? Were you the detective then?
Yes, I was a detective during July of 2022.
How long have you worked in policing?
In policing altogether, I've worked about 14 years. 9 years of that would have been with Oxford Police Department.
Do you specialize in any particular area in your work with the Oxford Police Department?
Yes, I'm a cell phone forensic examiner, if you will, as a part of the criminal investigations.
Okay. Before we get more into detail, Oxford Police Department became involved in the disappearance investigation of University Police of Jay Lee due to his car being found at Molly Bar Trails. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
And Jay Lee's car was seen leaving from where?
Jay Lee's car was seen leaving from his apartment at Campus Walk, and then later on in the investigation, we see it going to Molly Bar Trails, leaving from, we learned that his car left from Lafayette Place.
Did you have an opportunity to view footage of Jay Lee's car leaving his Campus Walk apartment?
Yes, I have.
been marked as State's Exhibit 95. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the flash drive that the Campus Walk video was downloaded to.
And I believe earlier in the trial, we introduced a similar video, but you couldn't see Jay Lee getting into the vehicle. Are you able to see the full of the video of Jay Lee last leaving Campus Walk Apartments on this video?
Yes, when I reviewed it, you could see him getting in his vehicle and leaving.
All right, this time I move to enter into evidence the full video of Jay Lee leaving Campus Walk Apartments. Publish to the jury. Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
No, we don't have an objection on the
Any objections to, be noted for the record of previous objection of date, introduction of this testimony.
Thank you.
And Detective Baker, are you able to see, is it showing on your screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is this the,
What about the big screen? Does it show?
Yes.
All right, we're good to go.
is this the footage that you reviewed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll play it through. And as that's playing, who are we watching?
That's Jay Lee.
And what vehicle did he just enter?
He got into his black Ford with the gold stripe.
Now, Detective Baker, if you could please tell me some of what you learned about Tim Harrington's background and who he is over the course of your investigation.
Yeah, so Tim Harrington graduated from Ole Miss in May, just before this happened, May 2022. Tim studied and read and searched and looked up a lot of things about real estate.
What was the question? What was the question? I was not responding. Check. I'm a real approach.
Detective Baker, I'm going to be a little more specific. What is Tim Harrington's height and weight? or what was it at the time he was arrested in 2022?
At the time he was arrested, he was 5 feet 8 inches and 160 pounds.
And do you know anything about his family background?
Yes, I know that his grandfather was the bishop of a church, Abundant Life Church, there in Grenada. Several of his family members served on staff there at that church. His dad, his uncle, and so forth were very active in Abundant Life Church. Tim taught classes, youth Sunday school type classes there at that church. They were a well-known family around Grenada. A lot of people knew who they were.
Would you describe them as a wealthy or affluent family?
Yes, I would.
And you said Mr. Harrington was also active in the church in Grenada?
He was. He, like I said, he taught youth classes. He also played the instruments there for the church as well.
Did you learn anything about Mr. Harrington's sexuality over the course of your investigation?
Yes, Mr. Harrington was not openly gay. He was not openly.
First of all, give me a basis for that.
Detective Baker.
They have foundation.
Detective Baker, how are you able to learn this information as to Mr. Harrington not being openly gay?
Just talking to people around the investigation, also his cell phone extractions, his social media, just all through the investigation of looking into him, he was not portraying himself as being that way.
Specifically, evidence relevant at this time. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what the relevance of it is.
I'm gonna give them some leeway in this regard. Anyway, with the basis of that information, okay?
Following Mr. Harrington's arrest, were you able to review any communications that he had?
Following his arrest?
Mm-hmm. Communications he may have had after he was initially arrested?
Yes.
And who did he talk to? What sorts of people did he talk to?
He talked to mostly his family members.
Okay. And in reviewing those communications, did you find out if Timothy Harrington was openly gay with his friends and family he was talking to?
No, he was not.
You stated earlier that you specialize in computer forensics and cell phone extractions. Tell me about what that is.
All right, so cell phone extractions is we use a tool, and there's multiple tools out there. We have 2 of those different types of tools, different companies, so forth. But essentially what a cell phone extraction is just the tool connects to the phone and basically makes a handshake with the phone and asks the phone to share the phone's data with the tool, to extract that data off the tool. And a lot of things, you get a lot of things from that phone, like emails, text messages, call logs, location data, any apps that were downloaded to the phone, a lot of things like that the phone will share with the extraction tool.
And tell me, have you received any training in order to do the cell phone extractions?
Yes, I have. In 2021, I went to the National Computer Forensics Institute over in Hoover, Alabama, and the NCFI is what we call it, is run by the Secret Service, United States Secret Service, and I took a course there, a 156-hour course on cell phone examining, and then I was ultimately certified as a Celebrite certified Celebrite operator.
And since 2021, about how many cell phone extractions have you performed in your work with Oxford Police Department?
Approximately 120 extractions.
And you stated that it pulls things like apps and location data, things of that nature. In your investigation, and believe throughout this entire investigation, throughout the trial, we've heard testimony regarding different apps, such as Tinder, Grindr. Have you learned anything about if
Please be seated. Jury is all present now after lunch. I'll ask the questions I always ask. Did anybody learn anything new about this case or anything about this case while at lunch? Seeing all shakes of the head no. With that, we'll resume the testimony of Detective Richardson, who is still under oath. And I think we're on cross, Ms. Johnson?
We are. Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Detective Richardson.
Good afternoon.
I believe before lunch, when Ms. George was questioning you, she had asked you if you had recently reviewed or viewed the interview video.
Yes.
I'm pleased to say it's correct.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. So,
Ma'am, I reviewed the video that she was referencing, not the entire, or, okay.
that's fine. I understand. Thank you. Do you recall at the beginning of the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo saying, "I haven't really eaten much and I've been up for days"?
Yes, I do.
And then he followed that up by saying, "My mind isn't right." Do you recall that?
I remember something to that effect, yes.
Okay. Did you or Detective Vorris didn't inquire further as to what he meant by that, did you?
No.
You had no concerns at that point that he might not be able to provide an accurate account of what happened because he was saying at the outset, "My mind isn't right." Is that correct?
Yes.
That was a long question, sorry. And at various points during the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo stated that he was really tired, correct?
I don't know how many times he stated it, but yeah, I know that he stated at least once that he was tired.
Fine, thank you. Do you recall about an hour into the interview, roughly, Mr. Ferlazzo said, "I'm just really tired. I don't know what day it is now. I'm not able to have a clear thought." Do you recall that?
Not specifically, no, I don't.
Okay. Would it help if I showed you the transcript to refresh your recollection?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you, oh, I have marked, sorry.
They have, it's defendants A.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A, and I'm going to give you the page and the lines where that particular section is located. All right. So, I'm going to show you, this is a transcript of the entire first segment of the interview, and this is page 32, and it's lines 11 through 13, and yeah, that's, take a look at that.
Could you repeat your question?
I just asked if you recall him saying that at that point in the interview. So-
Right, can you reference what he said, what you're asking me?
Sure, sorry about that. So I asked you if you recall, about an hour into the interview, Mr. Ferlazzo saying, "I'm just really tired." I believe he also referenced something about falling into a hole, and I don't know what day it excuse me, it is now. I'm not able to have a clear thought.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, looks like there was no concern about resuming the interview, no concern that he wasn't able to provide accurate information. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall, Joseph, at one point, Mr. Ferlazzo was being asked to provide more details about what happened on Friday and early Saturday, and he said, "All I can remember is like a jumble. It was basically like flashes, like if you go to a disco and look up and there's nothing."
Yes, I do.
Again, that type of jumble and flashes did not concern you as far as the way he was thinking?
Excuse me, it didn't, because before and after, he gave other accounts of the way he was feeling and felt at the time, which made sense to me.
Okay, thank you. About an hour and 10 minutes into the interview, do you recall Mr. Ferlazzo suddenly putting his head down and suddenly asking for water?
I don't.
Okay. At that point, you don't recall that you and Detective Boris, when he put his head down and asked for water, both of you did in fact say, "Okay, we'll get you some water," and then you left?
I don't remember that, no.
All right. And Detective Truex came in, so I'm guessing, on the video at that point, he was hyperventilating and crying. So you did not witness that, is that accurate?
No.
Okay. And then the questioning resumed roughly 15 minutes, roughly, after that. Correct? It resumed after you?
Yes, it resumed after, yes.
Thank you. You drafted a report detailing the actions that you took on the case between October 19th, 2021 and October 21st, 2021, correct?
Yes.
And in the report, you stated that the interview of Mr. Ferlazzo on the 19th of October 2021 occurred in multiple segments over several hours in various locations within and outside the barracks, correct?
Yes. Yep.
The first segment, I'll just reference it the way you did, that was the initial interview with some breaks, understandably, but the initial interview, which took approximately 2.5 hours, is that accurate?
Yeah.
Let's see, and I think at that point, it looks like, so the interview ended at that point, that segment at about 5 o'clock. Is that correct?
I mean, I can't confirm that. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, that sounds accurate.
At that point, I think you and Detective Boris left and Mr. Ferlazzo laid down on the floor. Do you recall that?
Yes, I remember him laying down.
Okay. And although we can't tell, assuming it's assumed that he was probably sleeping, but he was laying down on the floor whether he was sleeping or not, correct?
Yes, he was laying down on the floor.
Okay. And then at about 6 or 10 minutes of 6, after he'd been laying on the floor, he was moved to a holding cell, correct?
Yes.
And then the next interaction with Mr. Ferlazzo was approximately 8:10, and I think you and Detective Boris woke him up to see if he was okay, and then at that point, it took him outside the barracks for a cigarette, correct?
Yes.
And then it looks, we brought him back into the holding cell around 8:15 and he laid back down, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at about 9:18, you and Detective Morris woke him up again, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm confirming that we did wake him up. I can't verify the times, but yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm referring to times. If you would like, yeah, we can always look at it, but, and then you did have at that point, you wanted to ask him a few more things and asked him if he was willing to answer more questions, correct?
Yeah, yes.
He was groggy at that point, correct?
No, I wouldn't say groggy.
Okay. As alert as he was previously, or?
Yeah, I would say so.
And you told him again that you had some additional questions. I believe you also gave him the option of going back to the interview room or remaining in the holding cell, correct?
James asked him,
Okay.
gave him the choice.
It's
yeah.
hard. It was hard to tell since that was audio. All right, thank you. And do you recall Joseph responding by stating, "I'm just trying to let my mind rest"?
Yes.
Okay. But at that point, you resumed the questioning, correct?
Yeah.
And I believe that lasted about another 20 minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
No redirect, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're all set.
Solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give relative to the cause now under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, under the pains and penalties of Christ.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yep, my name's Samuel Truex, Truex.
The acoustics are not great in this room, so if you can keep your voice up so that the back jurors can hear you.
Okay.
Can you tell us how you are currently employed?
I am currently retired from the Vermont State Police.
Okay, and when did you retire?
November 30th of this year.
And how long had you been employed at the Vermont State Police?
Over 26 and a half years.
All right, so you were employed with them in October of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation related to Emily Ferlazzo?
Yes, on Tuesday, October 19th, 2021.
And how did you become involved?
Detective Lieutenant John Paul Schmidt asked me to respond to the St. Albans barracks and said that there was a missing person complaint that was suspicious in nature.
Okay. And upon arrival at the barracks, were you given a specific task?
I was given a couple tasks. One was to sit in on the interview with Joseph Ferlazzo.
Okay. And during that, did you have an opportunity to speak with Mr. Ferlazzo yourself?
Yes, I did.
And the jury has seen the video, so are you the individual that sort of comes in during the breaks and sits with Mr. Ferlazzo?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And the first time that you went into the interview room, was Mr. Ferlazzo eating?
Yes, he was.
And did you ask him if he needed anything?
I believe Amy got him lunch, and then Seth was in the process of getting him some hot coffee at his request.
Okay. And at any point, did you ask him if he needed anything else?
He asked me, or he told me he had to go to the bathroom at one point, so I escorted him down the hall to the bathroom and back.
Okay. And at one point during the interview, did Mr. Ferlazzo ask you to stay in the room with him?
Yes, he asked me if I'd sit down and stay in there with him.
Okay. Were you planning on doing that anyway?
I wasn't, but I agreed to do that.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with him during that time?
Yes.
And who initiated that conversation?
I think he initiated it.
Did he ask you questions about taking him somewhere?
He made a comment. He asked me if we're going to take him someplace so he can't do that again.
Okay. And how did you respond?
I don't recall exactly what my response was.
Okay. What are some of the other things that you talked about with Mr. Ferlazzo?
He just asked me generally about myself, the police. We talked about, I asked him questions about being a tattoo artist, what was his favorite part. He asked me what my favorite part of being a police officer was. He asked kind of about like the team of detectives and how things worked, where everybody was assigned. We talked about his dog Remington. I told him that Remington was at his friend Jason's house and that the dog was okay being there, but he probably would have to make arrangements for long term.
At any point, did you have you ever sat in on interviews like this before in your career?
Yes.
Have you interviewed people who have been charged with murder before?
I have.
And at any point during your interactions with Mr. Ferlazzo, did you have any concerns about his ability to be engaging in a conversation with the police?
No, our conversation went both ways. He was actually very cordial and nice to me, and he asked questions, I asked questions of him. It was just a give and take.
Okay. And at some point, were you able to find him a cigarette at his request?
Yeah, he asked for a cigarette. I asked one of the detectives who brought one in. And then we brought him outside for a cigarette break, I think on 2 different occasions.
Okay. And he made some comments about possible self-harm. Do you recall that?
Yeah, at one point he said he wished someone would take him out. And I had said to him that if you have any thoughts of hurting yourself, you need to let me know. He says, well, if I had a gun, I would do it. But I don't have a weapon, so I can't. All I have is this hot coffee.
And again, did him making those comments give you any concerns about his ability to continue to engage in a conversation?
No, I was just concerned for my safety, being in the room with him, and just for his own safety as well.
Okay. And when you would leave the room and come back in, did he recall who you were?
Yes.
Did he recall you by name?
Yes. When I left after, well, he was still eating, he just said, "Thank you, Sam,"
Okay.
when I stepped out of the room.
And when you'd come back in the room, did he recall your name?
Yes.
Did you ever feel like he wasn't responding to your questions appropriately?
No.
At any time that he asked for anything, did you get him what he asked for? Or did anytime he asked for food or drinks?
Yeah, if he needed
bathroom
food, if he wanted another hot coffee, to use the bathroom, another cigarette.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, make sure I'm at the mic. You've described kind of almost like a switch flipping back and forth between engaging in small talk with Mr. Ferlazzo and him expressing concerns about, or him becoming upset. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
And both of those occurred during your interactions with him, right?
Yes.
You do recall him saying at least once that his brains were scrambled, don't you?
Yes.
And that he was not thinking clearly. You recall that as well?
Yeah, he said that he needed to talk to an expert that could help him because of his an expert in scrambled brains.
Scrambled brains.
Yes.
And you responded by saying, yes, we have people you can talk to.
Yes.
And he never did talk to any kind of mental health person after he was processed, did he?
I don't know if he did.
But that's what you told him would be available to him, correct?
Yes, and I said that we, as in like the state of Vermont corrections, have that access for that, yes.
You observed that he, at one point, started hyperventilating, correct? Breathing like this.
I know what that is. I was just trying to recall. I haven't seen the video. And
You didn't, I'm sorry?
I didn't review the video before coming here today.
Okay.
I don't have access.
And you don't have a recollection of being in the room when that happened?
I feel like I remember him crying or starting to cry a couple times.
Sobbing?
Sobbing.
Sobbing.
Yes.
And you said to him, are you okay, right?
I did ask him if he was okay, and he told me he was not.
He was not, that's what he said, I'm not okay.
Yes. And I told him that he's going to have to take it one day at a time, that it's going to take time.
So you were, correct me if I'm wrong, trying to calm him down. Is that a fair assessment of the kinds of things you were saying to him?
I was just trying to reassure him.
Reassure him about what?
Just the traumatic incident that he's involved in, just the kind of things are going to be okay, trying to just keep a steady.
He also said to you that more than once, what happens next? Because he seemed to be unfamiliar with the process. Do you remember that?
I don't recall exactly.
Okay. And you were aware that the interview was being live streamed to another room, correct?
Yes.
So he was under observation by other law enforcement the entire time, correct?
Yes, he was.
So even if you didn't observe his complete, I'm going to call it meltdown, he was being observed, correct?
And that was all recorded in that room as well.
In that room?
Yes.
One moment, please, Judge. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you.
Okay.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you. You're all set. All right. Next witness, there may be a number of exhibits, so we have to gather them and discuss them a little bit, but we'll be back with you probably 10 minutes. We'll need to go through them, so we'll excuse you to the jury room again and come back as soon as we can.
All rise.
just need to know how to use them properly and safely. Detroit Fire Marshal Don Thomas is at the forefront of conversation around lithium-ion battery use, storage, and fire suppression. We couldn't be in better hands. And now I'm going to bring up to the podium Fire Marshal Don Thomas.
That. I also battery on, we have the ability to buy stuff, e-commerce.
Back for that second count, and we are now learning that Daniel Penny has been acquitted in his New York City trial here. So this.
With that, that was not the Sanctuary City law.
Comes down to the video canvas that we
want to see.
All right, everyone, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you continuing to join us all in real time. We want to continue our coverage right now of a possible big break in the murder investigation of the United Healthcare CEO. A person of interest has been taken into custody out in Pennsylvania. So I want to bring in our next guest here to help break down the investigation, as well as what are the next steps going forward now that a person of interest is in custody. So let's bring in Scott Duffy, a retired FBI special agent. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And first off, your thoughts here. Day 6 of this manhunt looks like to be breaking in the favor of authorities.
Yeah, the more we're learning that this person of interest, this person that's detained near or around Altoona, is looking pretty good, at least to take a much harder look to where information has gotten out through the many different public outlets that this person detained is definitely fitting in many forms a potential, but proving to be credible lead here.
And Scott, were you surprised when we learned of the news that this person was at a McDonald's, was recognized there, and that's where this person was apprehended? It seems like, you go through all the hoops of trying to not get into all of the cameras that New York City has, and you're on some of them, but not as many as some would have thought. And then you just walk into a McDonald's on day 6. Was the confidence level super high because he hasn't been nabbed yet?
I would say his confidence is high. I would also say that if this is in fact the individual, that maybe he was looking to be caught from the very beginning and just was playing this cat and mouse game between law enforcement and himself. Especially, it is easy to hide in plain sight, but that is when you mix in with the regular everyday folk. From what I hear, and we'll see if this is in fact true, that he was doing something, whatever that something was, that caused suspicious amongst people who notified 911. Very into a call. Yet,
are they?
Yeah, for what's been store has to.
An Indigenous girl, I know all too well that Indigenous women experience violence. Profound honor to introduce Vice President Kamala
Captured it okay, and I didn't, 31 seemed to be, was a close-up of 29. I really don't think any of them, though, are prejudicial in the sense of unfairly prejudicial that 403 speaks of. They're just pictures of his body.
Judge, the reason I specifically also picked that one is because during the interview, he's pointing to that particular area and indicating that he might have an injury there. So that was a specific choice made so that the jury has a closer up view of that area.
I'm going to allow them then, for the reasons already indicated in my order.
If Your Honor would note my objection, our original objection.
We have in mind your
Thank you.
original objection. My understanding, though, is there's nothing specific to any of the tattoos that are reflected on the picture that's problematic.
That's correct.
Other exhibits that you wanted to discuss?
No, nothing else, Judge.
So there's nothing else no other photographs? Would you approach for 1 minute?